Okay, so today I play Retail WoW for the first time, basically since Wrath, but that's technically not even true because my experience with the game was I played obviously in an original classic, BC, Wrath, and then I stopped playing right before Cata, but then I came back like very briefly in Cata, and already lying, and I got to 85 on my mage, but then I stopped, so I basically didn't do anything with it, and then the only other time I played after that in Retail was just before, or I mean like a few years ago, many years ago in fact, when you got like the level 90 boost, let's say on this guy. So now they did the whole level squish thing, which is sort of an admission by them like, oh, this game has kind of gone on too long, that we're getting to these farcical damage values and farcical levels, like when you're at sequel 10, like Jason X, where he's in outer space or some dumb shit, like you're kind of revealing that maybe it wasn't meant to go on this long and you should move on. But you know, WoW 2 or whatever it is that they were talking about. But the point is, yeah, we got this like level boosted, so I just did that, and all I did was I sort of flew around. So that's like the one other episode of Retail that I did on my old channel. I was like, fuck it, I feel like one day let's just fly around and see what the Cataclysm zones look like. So not only is this not going to be like, oh, let me check out the most recent expansion like Dragonflight, or even the last couple like BFA and stuff, it's going to literally be, let's check out Cataclysm and stuff that changed since then. So hopefully they haven't changed it from then too much. And I was one of the people who actually liked that idea, that, oh, they would have Deathwing destroy all the areas and turn everything upside down, because a lot of people were like, let's never change the zones and this and that. But we had already seen them for 3 full expansions, and they didn't change that much between them, right? Vanilla, BC, Wrath, they were relatively the same. So we had seen them for long enough. And imagine if they had been the same like that all the way till now. That'd be way too much. It was a good way for them to mix it up. I'm sure they've made some minor changes to them since then, but the world might still look in all the older zones like it did in Cataclysm, which I kind of hope. Yeah, that's all I did. And to show my dedication to that, I basically farmed out Ashes of Alar. Like every week I would just do Tempest Keep until I got it. And so that's the whole beauty of it. We get to, so it's not like, oh, this is my old character where I had Ashes of Alar from before when I got it in BC, which I didn't even get it in BC because it was pretty hard then. Of course, anybody who wants it by now would have easily had it. But basically, it was just so I could fly around with a cool looking mount. And so I went that far. That was my level of commitment, just to do like one episode or a couple episodes of flying around the world. Yeah, we have no interest in like the actual current state of the game. And this is kind of one of those instances where my objectivity sort of shows, is just because I don't play the game, I wouldn't even say it's bad in its current state, right? I'm not qualified to say one way or another, so I don't know. Right, I would just say maybe it's great. I have no idea. Right, I just don't really care. So a lot of people would do like a false duality thing. Oh, well, you know, because you don't play it, it must suck. Or because you did play it, like classic, it must be perfect. Although I do always extol the virtues of the older ones, it's just like, it kind of shows you a deeper philosophical approach, right? If you look at like classic WoW, that was kind of cutting edge, groundbreaking. So the current state of the game might be good or even very good, or maybe it's terrible, I don't know. But it's probably not groundbreaking, and it's not like the next big thing. And so that's the difference. You can even see like the old assets, like I was sort of role playing with some of the BC gear. But yeah, the chances are it's not cutting edge. So it's like, I don't want to play a good game, I want to play, let's say, the best game. So after classic BC Wrath, let's say those were the golden years, the best, you know, most ahead of its time that it ever was. And then as soon as you could sense like, okay, maybe it's not going to be cutting edge anymore, now, okay, let's play Skyrim, one of the best games ever. Then let's play Dark Souls, all these other things that I might not have had time to do otherwise. And also just that there's always going to be that next big thing. And so at one point it was WoW, and it doesn't mean it's a bad game now. So yeah, I don't subscribe to that sort of false duality that one way or another. And even people question like the way I would play it, like, oh, I'd play it so slowly and take my time and read all the flavor text and quest text and stuff. But it's like, either I'll do that, or if I can't do that, then I won't play it at all, right? I don't want to do it halfway where like I rush through it just because I don't have time. So that might be my concession now. Like, it's not even that I wouldn't necessarily like it, but if I did it, I'd have to play really slow. So I don't really understand what exactly they squished to what. Like, let's say this guy was level 90. So I forget when I actually came back. They like gave me a free 90 boost. But then it must have been Legion actually. So I don't know what this means. Like, did I actually level this character at all? Or the max level is 70. How interesting, going back in time. Yeah, we'll do it on this guy. There is no like permadeath condition to this, the way that there often is for everything I do, just because. Oh, look at that sexy Ashes of Alar, which doesn't mean anything now. It just looks so similar though, doesn't it? Tracking options have been simplified. Like there's way too much shit on the screen. And of course we could do like some achievement hunting and whatnot. There's this one oh, they even squished the values here. Yeah, that's kind of like a Yu-Gi-Oh problem. Like, oh, why does the blue eyes have to have 3,000 attack or start at that? Why couldn't it just, what does that mean? Like I'm AFK? Why couldn't it just have 300, right? So when you start off a game and you're level 1 and you're doing 1,000 damage, by the end you'll be doing millions. Why not just start it off and you're doing 1 instead of 1,000, or just remove a couple of zeros, and then it ends up scaling up anyway? I don't see the point. Baby Winston. Oh, they have all these crossover stupid things too. That's how cosmetics became over time. Sort of like, and this should be fast enough, right? For all intents and purposes. Of course, you get the sexy 310%. Not or wait. Is that because of Ashes of Alar, or is that because of some other flying that maybe you get over time? Because it would be 280%, I think, normally. See, this will be fun. We just get to wander around everywhere. I should try to make it where if I die, the session ends, but that's part and parcel of exploring. You might find something that you shouldn't really do. Yeah, I haven't really seen all the zones in great detail when it comes to after Classic. But, or I mean after, after Wrath. I could play it off like, oh yeah, this is totally my world first clear of, why am I even in a guild and how? That shows you it's such a shitty dead guild. They don't even care if you must promote. Oh, it must have been my own guild. Azeroth Justice Society. How could I aggro something like that if I'm such a high level? Or he's just dying to my aura. No, it's like I could pretend, yeah, I was world first Tempest Keep Clear. I got Ashes of Alar from that. This is totally my old character, even though I didn't play a paladin even. Yeah, this I think was like this in Cataclysm. So a lot of it probably hasn't changed, which this shows you the importance of it. If they hadn't done that in Cataclysm, that means that the world would look the same as it did in vanilla for like 10 expansions. At least now it's only for like 5 expansions, you know, 3, and then they change it, and then they'll make minor changes over time. So I don't know exactly what I would want to do with this. Like, I don't like how this bar is so raised up. Can you bring it down? That was always the coolest thing about WoW in the early days, is just like you would show like, oh, look at all this. I got like fucking 6 task bars, action bars everywhere, all these different abilities. And so that would kind of just display to you the fact that, you know, you couldn't make a game like that on console or something. That's why any MMO on console must suck, because, or, you know, I think Final Fantasy even is on there, but you wouldn't be able to play it. That was even like a joke. Like, what are you're doing shitty in a raid. What are you playing with an Xbox controller or something? That's an extra hard mode condition for your playthrough. I guess certain classes you could get away with that though. Like even Paladins, all you're doing is your seal, judgment. What a fun and interactive class. And people said Horde wasn't unfinished. Just look at the Alliance class. This still does look pretty awesome. It kind of loses the luster though once you realize how easy it is to get now, but it still did take a couple attempts. I love that. I go through all that trouble. I kind of want to change, hide my name too. Just, you know, you don't really need to see that. Like, I went through all that trouble to get it just so I could do this. Not so I could actually play the game or, you know, do anything meaningful. You can probably fly like 600% speed now too with whatever the dragon stuff is. It's like, wow, you can ride a dragon in this next expansion, but you could have already done that. Like in VC, you had all the, you know, different drakes and stuff, or even Rat. They would hand them out, right? It went from, oh my goodness, a mount is such a big deal, and you finally got a flying mount, to now there's like a million different cosmetics and stupid things that you could potentially go through. This is how I would do a just chatting type of stream. You don't actually do just chatting, but some of the stuff is super similar. In fact, like this isn't the same as it was in Cataclysm. This is the same as it was in vanilla. This area hasn't changed at all. So a lot of the lore I don't know, you know, beyond Wrath, and some of the stuff I've criticized relentlessly, like the whole, you know, the panda nonsense. This is kind of cool. It's not even like nostalgic, but it's just so much of it hasn't really changed. These guys are level 30 exact though. See, there's some kind of weird scaling issue going on. Normally they'd probably be varying levels, but they're exactly 30 because that's probably the highest they can scale up in this area, something like that. And of course I almost should be doing this on Horde side, but I don't have the means to do it. The Light of Dawn. What even are some of these titles? I forget. Titles. Oh, just like, yeah, the Kingslayer. They should really not let you get these I don't remember doing Algalon, if that's what that means. Because yeah, I would always try to do hard mode stuff with that too. Like, oh, I'm gonna try to solo all the old raids. In fact, that's really a fun thing to do too. You could go like get to max level and not to do current stuff, but to solo all the old stuff that you missed, like all the old raids and dungeons, just to hear all the boss quotes and stuff. So that alone will tell you a lot about the lore that I really like. You're playing like a single player game and you might think, oh, that won't be difficult enough, but I'll find a way to make it more difficult. Like I'm not allowed to use only certain abilities, or I'll scale down my gear so it actually is very tight. Item level 42, really, dude. PvP item level. Oh, of course, a lot of this stuff is old school things from BC and whatnot. That was one of the coolest things Asmongold did, is just the transmod competitions, like to show all the different gear from every, you know, create all these cool combinations and stuff. People always do the coolest stuff early on in their careers and then they stop doing it or get lazy or something. ZG. Is he going to make me dismount here? I could do this for hours. And yet I spend more time probably farming from the mount than actually doing this in the first place. Wait, we're actually inside of it though. What about... I forget being able to do this. Yeah, that was one of my favorite things to do too. Like just soloing old dungeons. Somehow I did like AQ 40 on a warrior in Wrath, but people kept saying it's impossible and like people wouldn't believe me. I totally did it, but I don't know. I did something weird maybe to, because like with the twin, I don't know. Something about it was very tight at least. Or like maybe I had somebody just there to take up space, but they didn't actually help me combat-wise if they had to do some mechanic. Yeah, like just try to solo, you know, certain things at the lowest possible level that you could do them. I don't remember like being able to do this. There's this really cool like goblin little hot springs, like maybe in Feralis or somewhere like that, that I kind of sat there for like 20 minutes and did like a whole RP thing or something. But that would be in Kalimdor, obviously. Look how small they make some of these continents look now. So, just by expansion basis, when do they add what? Dragon Isles must be... I love how they just keep inventing. Oh yeah, there's this continent that we totally never knew about before. Wow. Pandaria is the most insulting that way. This was for BFA. This was also for BFA, wasn't it? Broken Isles was for, I think, Legion. Pet level 25. I don't even know what that means. Northrend 10 to 30, of course. A level 10 zone. The new Westfall is Northrend now. Darnassus. I mean, the cities look still relatively the same. And Azeroth, Shadowlands, like at least when you do it this way, it feels more organic. Although not really, because the Shadowlands is kind of an ass-pull of a thing. So, in my expert knowledge of the lore, of course, this is the level 1 to 60 stuff, just to try to guess. Obviously, this is level 70, this is level 80, and all that stuff is at least organic. Those places existed in lore in some form. Then you start to get into the dumb shit. So what even was level 80 to 85? It was like a lot of weird stuff, like Vashjir and stuff, right? Whole Barad Peninsula, I don't even know what some of these things are. I think all three of the, or no, these two were definitely BFA. So yeah, Cataclysm is actually unique in the sense that it's not like just one area, right? It was a lot of different things here. Kazan was obviously the goblin stuff. Look how close they are to it. That's what makes them, I guess, so relevant and desperate to join a faction at that point. They'd only do it for self-interest purposes because they're so selfish and greedy. At least that's how they're portrayed. Or like I could attack all these low-level towns, but I probably wouldn't be able to. Right, this Flight Master is going to be the same thing. They're always the strongest warriors in a zone. It's just the fucking Flight Master. That's a requirement for the job. Ironforge. So yeah, a lot of stuff actually seems like it probably wouldn't have changed that much. Of course, even this was damaged by Deathwing. It's a little bit arbitrary and contrived that he was able to cause that much damage, like just in every little area of the world. Like it's a good excuse to do it, but... so obviously this is going to be the current expansion. And what else is there? I feel like there must be other things. Like, what is this? Oh yeah, this is the... It looks like kind of closer than I remember it. Those are the Draenei areas. somebody said that you can almost play this like an open world type of experience, like just do whatever you want. The problem with that sometimes is the lack of combat difficulty, because it's kind of hard to scale stuff in a proper way. There must be some cutoff point. I guess I've realized that already. These guys would scale up, so he might not always be level 30, but he'll be level 30 now just because they're all 30 on the nose. But he'll be that way now because he wants to scale up to the highest possible level that he can be. And so in doing that, let's remove some of this UI, I guess. Or I could even do the Alt-Z. Would that remove my name thing too? Or how do you even do that? I'd have to rebind it like I did in the other, in Classic. Let's see. Movement, interface. I assume Alt-Z would still be the original way to do it. Escape, Shift-B. Extra action bars, chat, targeting, target markers, camera, miscellaneous. Probably miscellaneous. Yeah, because of the stupid NVIDIA GeForce thing, I can't use it that way. That is kind of fun to think about as like a bonus hard mode type of thing. You could do try to solo every single dungeon and or raid at the lowest possible level with the worst possible gear. So I'm gonna start at level 1 and go in order. Like, okay, at level 10 I'll try to solo Dead Mines, or I guess I don't know how it works with the scaling stuff, but like what level would it be normally? Like you're at like 130, 140, something crazy like that. The squish is kind of a weird idea, because on one hand it's probably good and appreciated, but on the other hand it's arbitrary, because it's like the game has just gone on so long that it shouldn't really have any value. The Booty Bay doesn't look too different, and I love there'll be like some construction project that's there for like 3 expansions before they finally get it done, or something like that, or like how long it took them so long to take back the Echo Isles, or to take back the Nomergon. So I don't even know. I gotta plan like a more precise route of what I'm doing, just to see like I kind of wanted to mainly see even these zones, like how different is STV. Like I'll go from bottom to top here. Now some of this stuff is gonna overlap in ways that I don't expect. Like what is this? That's not anything to do with this. Isn't that like where you get the Infernal? Some of this looks so different actually, but that's also what Deathwing did. Or I should try to get the Explorer achievement, but I should try to do it almost without, I don't know. You kind of have to use the map, because I'm not going to know exactly where I haven't been. Achievement Hunter before achievements even existed. Yeah, I kind of still want to see these changes, which maybe seems odd, but I kind of deliberately kept myself in the dark about stuff too. Like you could always just look things up. Lord Sikaris, whatever. Naga Explorer. Yeah, I don't know what this level 30 cap thing is. I guess level 30 is being treated maybe as level 60. Oh, I guess that would make sense. So then the max level is 120, but it's like if you were to calculate it out, but it wouldn't be, because I thought it was already 120, like in BFA, so it'd be something even more than that. Why is this quest showing up but nothing else? It must be something level appropriate. That can't be the only quest in the zone. Gurubashi Arena, I wonder if this sees any activity still. Explore the Cape of Stranglethorn. There was nothing really too exciting here in the first place. What kind of quest would you have for me? Stone Guard Towhide. Gurubashi challenge free for all arena combat. The arena is the place unlike any other. Take this battle standard, put it down on the floor. Defeat the summoned combatant, and return to me. Stay on your toes, anything goes inside. Place the flag down. What does this have to do? Like, would this actually be level appropriate? If I die, that ends the whole run then. Let's see. Oh, you have to do Control B instead of Shift B. You just have like a lot of cool looking items, or whatever I thought would be cool from the. But see, that's the cool thing. You're not doing it just for the appearance, although transmog, you know, notwithstanding, I don't think I ever really used transmog. You're also doing it for the simple fact that you're trying to make stuff harder too. So I'm only level 35. So if level 30 is level 60, that would mean that I'm only like level 70, which doesn't make sense, because I think I was like level 90, but whatever. Let's place down the battle standard and see what happens. We may as well. Summon a challenger to fight you, and it'll scale up to you, but maybe only up to like level 30. You basically one-shot it. That's what I don't like, is you got to kind of scale down your stuff even more. I'm in like really shitty level 70 gear, right? Item level 33. These are like from 5-man and raids from BC. Although I guess I'm not really in a high level area. So even if my base abilities and stuff are way stronger than they should be. Well done, human. Did you feel it? The rush of the melee, the true risk of free-for-all combat. As today is your first... I will make it permadeath, actually. If I die, then I have to end the session. Not that I have to delete my character, because I wouldn't do that because of Ashes of Alara on the line. I'm not going to farm out for it again just to be able to fly around and explore like this every 5 years. As today is your first day here, I'll let you perform one more competition for another reward. If you return in the future, you may want to compete again once a day. Insidious way to psychologically manipulate people into playing a game over and over is the daily quest system in general. Card games even do that a lot. Everything does that. Your rewards will, of course, improve as you become stronger. It doesn't really scale up as much as you would like, though.
Goodbye.
Right, like that's the way to make games like this so fascinating, which they kind of maybe try to do a little bit. What if everything everywhere in the world scaled up to you so that it would be still a reasonable challenge? Then you could level from, like, you know, you're level 10, but you can level anywhere that you want, or you're level 50 and you can level, you know, as TV if you want. Just everything will scale. Like, why not do it like that? Even if it doesn't make sense, maybe lore-wise, for some stuff to be that strong. A lot of shit doesn't make sense anyway. Trying to think how to make myself weak enough to make any of this really meaningful, but I guess I would just have to go to a slightly higher area. Like, even if I was naked, I'd probably still be one-shotting everything. Here. Well done. I look forward to seeing you fight again soon. Already exhausted all the content. So we did explore this sufficiently. What looks really different? There's just a bunch of ships there. Like, just looking at it, the terrain didn't change, right? Some of them kind of did a 180. Like, oh, Desolus is now a forest, or some forest area became like a desert. I forget which one. But they tried to really... Some of them they did in an extreme way. Some of them they did in kind of a very minor way. The Northern Stranglethorn, I always thought it was weird that it connected with the Duskwood because of how different, you know, clear separation of biomes. The little mini maelstrom, the sundering. Yeah, a lot of this maybe is just intact, exactly as it was from Cataclysm, so that's the whole beauty of it. Reputation with guild increased by 138. I don't really understand what that has to do with anything. Yeah, I guess I made my own guild, which is kind of weird. How do you even see, like... I guess I didn't, like, fully form the guild or something. Why is this so high up? I wish you could move that back down. Like, they put everything in maybe the optimal positions, but you should be able to kind of move this wherever you want. Yeah, we're going to see the level 30 stuff a lot. It almost tempts me to want to, you know, make, like, a low-level character and see how hard would it be to do some of this, especially if you play it in kind of the banal way that I would play, like... You can't use the auction house, and you can, you know, make it like a hardcore current WoW. That could be fun too. Try to get from 1 to max level in that way, which would be probably a lot easier still, because that's how modern games do it. But oh, they made ZG like more like a zone, or not really. Just the way they're showing it is like a little bit weird. So we've explored most of this. I can't tell whether that's supposed to be part of here. I guess it's not. Those islands look undiscovered, but that's just like part of that. So we can check here and maybe at the coast. Not really even doing it for any particular reason, but so STV doesn't really get a high mark, although it is kind of nice when it's not like super different. Yeah, even though people complain, oh, why did they change all the zones? I like the classic zones better. This is a classic zone. That nothing really changed that significantly. So even after 10 expansions, the STV is exactly the way it was before. Almost untouched. Now, that crocodile is bigger than the fucking ogres. Isn't there something weird about that? Something about this size proportion doesn't jive with me. How much health do I have? 4,800. Which would be something you could have even at level 60 originally. If you were a tank or something. Or you could have even a lot more than that when you were buffed up and whatnot. Like 6k Grom Gall. So what could I be missing? This was, of course, a PvP hot zone. Now, isn't that weird? Shouldn't they be able to kill me if they're, like, actually max level, but they're not? Oh, I could attack the town, couldn't I? But I guess we just kind of saw why not. Oh, this could be a fun challenge. Of course, within my dying condition. Yeah, what if I try to take out the Horde town? This might actually be remotely difficult. But see, something's gonna hit like a disproportionate amount that it shouldn't really be able to do. What do I have that kind of heals me in some way? I could do lay on hands. Okay, this, you know, either they make it way too impossible to do, or they make it just hard enough. Where's like my bubble and stuff? You need like a persistent heal that you can keep doing. Do they ever like give up aggro or what, dude? You can chase me forever? Oh, come on. This isn't fair. It's at least a good quality combat encounter. Can I find my, yeah, here, Divine Shield. You can't do that yet. Oh, of course, because I use Lay on Hands. Where's my heals, dude? Oh, I don't even have access to it. I forgot how that whole thing worked. So basically, they chase you literally forever, so I'm just dead. Fine, I won't count it. I'll chicken out of a permanent thing again. Unless the water actually saves me. You could try to heal like this. I mean, it's not like she's doing that much. Look what a fighter this chick is, dude. Oh my god, give her a promotion. You shouldn't just be a dinky grunt your whole life. Actual hard mode combat encounter. So you can't use some of these trees at all, or you have to do something weird with the spec. Look at that one guard. Why was she so strong and so committed? The other ones gave up. Where do we see here? Paladin points available. Lay on hands. The only heal that I seemingly have is this, which is not even that good. But I definitely needed it there. In fact, you can barely do a few of them. I actually loved that. I played like a low-level paladin healer, just like, you know, as like an alt in Classic or whatever. And it was actually so fun because it just kind of had the same vibe as... I mean, I guess it felt kind of like the same as it would with like if you were doing it in a raid, because you're using kind of the same things. You don't really get anything much better besides Holy Shock. But no, like the mana conservation was so hard that it made it actually kind of fun. Doing like Dead Mines, you keep doing... I actually did like a lower rank of Holy Light rather than Flash of Light because it was just better. So let's maybe try to fight our way through here. Can't go anywhere without causing trouble. Level 17. If somebody ends up hitting me like from the top or whatever, even this, they should kind of just let me have the experience, because who's really going to come after me or do anything? The problem is the Divine Shield issue is a case where... Oh, maybe I got overconfident here.
I'm out of range.
Like, I won't be able to do it for a few minutes, and I wasn't able to beat the other chick without it. Is this guy actually going to try to help her? Like, I'm trying to have a meaningful challenge here. It's not like I don't know what that blue means. Like, it's giving me a temporary bonus shield. You got to kind of go aggro a little bit because she's so strong that you're not really going to be able to outlast her forever. See, we find a way to make it challenging. We just find something that's perfectly sufficient. They're only level 30, but I guess I'm only level 35, so what does it matter? Where did I keep getting that shield from? I keep forgetting. You can 1v1 these, which is actually reasonably difficult. I gotta maybe read what these abilities actually do, because I have no idea. There's gotta be one that just heals you on demand. Crusader Aura increases mountain speed by 20%, so I can be like 330%. Party and raid members within 40. Just having a stroll through the woods, through the forest, through the jungle, I mean. He's so good looking. I lost track of how to speak English, of course. Master writing. So why can't you use like more holy spells or whatever? Like, let me look at... Now, would they actually call somebody to please help me? What am I looking for? There's some ability that's going to be able to heal you, right? Blesses a party raid member. I guess I can make do with what I have, but it's still going to be tight. Let's try to kill this dude. And whenever you do that, you're going to be in a situation where the guards come after you. So it is going to be pretty difficult. I'm a degenerate clicker. Let's see if we can't get away. Gonna be a little bit too much going on, or they're gonna try to get the finishing blow on me. At least if they reset, I can still keep doing this. I don't really understand. This is the kind of shit I would do. Like even at level 60 as my mage, I would keep trying to take out the fight masters. Look how fascinated they'll be. Come and gang up on me, kill me, dude. What does it matter? Who killed me? Oh, it would still be a guard. Okay, I won't count like that as a failure state because it doesn't really matter. But this is kind of fun already. Look at how much time I can spend just doing random stuff. I gotta figure out what my abilities actually are. I feel like I had a way, like even when I was doing the dungeons and stuff, I wasn't doing Flash of Light. So how was I keeping myself alive? There's something that's gonna heal me that I have, and I don't know what it is. Avenging Wrath, no. There's some kind of bullshit ability that's like just the more you attack, the more you heal, or you're doing like a judgment that does that. Hammer of Wrath, only usable, blah, blah, blah. Damage, Hand of Reckoning. I do kind of like the switched values, though. They don't feel as ridiculous and farcical as maybe they would be otherwise. Petition on the Light on behalf of fallen ally, restoring their spirit. That's going to be like a battle res, maybe. Causing them to take 40% increased holy power damage. Word of Glory. Calls down the light to heal a friendly target. If you cast on yourself, healing increase up to 250%. You haven't added this to your action bar, so maybe this is exactly what we need, but maybe it takes up too much mana or something. Vial of the Sunwell. We were trying to RP hard with some of these things. So what is the downside? How do you do it? Free holy power, which I forget exactly how some of these things work, which is not obviously how they worked originally. This is all just stuff they came up with later. Reduces all damage you take by 20%. This is going to be... They'll be so fascinated by this Alliance specimen. Like, why are people even leveling here like this? Why not just speed run, get a free boost to max level? There's no point in doing it. Like, these games have no value. They're just there for endgame purposes only. 90% of the content in the game is trash, and you should just skip it, right? Chance to increase with block, passive. Next damage they deal to you by 48. I guess we have the one heal that we can keep spamming in the middle of combat. Ardent Defender is where? Don't I have it on my bar? I haven't added this to my bar. Why don't we just replace the trinkets that aren't going to be that good? Or maybe they do have some crazy effect that I'm underestimating. Of course, I'm not even using... Not only am I trying to make this harder for myself, but I'm not even using gear that would be appropriate to my level. So yeah, that's probably what I would keep spamming. Just keep getting the holy power. Keep isolating these chicks. Some high level is going to come and kill me, and that's going to be super fun, isn't it? Because as if you would really need to. It's like when I was doing that rogue ganking stuff in Westfall, and I only had like white gear. I made like a rogue in Red Ridge Mountains. It's like they would send a high level person there in order to just basically keep spamming that, and you should be in good shape. Very sustainable process. Although I have to stop doing stuff that'll take up holy power. Right? Don't do 2. Do everything besides 2. Or, yeah. Do everything besides 2, and F3 should be the new 2. So why don't I have enough holy power? Now I do. That's a pretty sustainable, good amount. Yeah, I made a horde rogue, like an orc rogue, just to sort of level 10. Go back to goddamn the Barons or something. I made it like a 10 level 15 horde rogue, and I would just gank people listening to like Dawn music on loop or whatever. That was like a funny thing, funny episode where people kept complaining, why the fuck do you keep listening to the same song over and over again, but it fits so well. And what I did was I was wearing only whites, no enchant. So I was just like a random level appropriate person, and it was like me against everybody, and you got like 5 alliance people trying to kill me. This is like National Geographic. What a specimen I am. But you can tell I'm not a max level character. And nobody would care about these random towns. Like, oh no, somebody's attacking one of 50,000 towns in the old game, in the old world, for no reason that we can explain. So you have 1, you have 3, and you have this. I shouldn't do 2 pretty much ever, because I'm going to have to keep spam healing. Get a hang of our combat, because we're going to be needing it if we do like little dungeons later. I could make this my next mystery multiplayer game and just do it like this. It happens to be multiplayer, even if I don't play it like... Okay, so this is what it's going to come down to. In fact, let's get rid of this, because... Let's do it like this. So you got 1, 2, F1, and 3. Just spam all those in any order. It doesn't really matter. Button mash the hell out of it. Everybody has everything in the game. Like, it used to be at least a certain judgment might heal you for a certain amount. In fact, maybe that's what I was doing when I was doing some of those things. Because even if you're only doing like a level 70 raid, you're still gonna have to heal yourself in the middle of combat. If you have no healing at all, that's what made it so hard for a warrior, which is why people couldn't understand how it was doing like AQ 40 at level 80 with that. But maybe it's not that impressive, but it was kind of weird. Yeah, I'm ganking people in Red Ridge as like a level 15, and then these clown people are talking about like, oh, we're gonna call a high level character to kill you, but why can't you just kill me yourself? Because there's like 20 alliance there and I'm only one person, and they were killing me too. I gotta put this I can't even tell what's hitting me there. The problem is this is taking me so long to kill them that it's gonna cause them to respawn before I can even do anything. Hard mode challenge. Try to take out Grom Gall as a level 35 in BC gear for some random reason. I like how fittingly appropriate it is, though, in difficulty. Like, it's just borderline, which means even these enemies are pretty close to my level 2. It's treating me like I'm a level 70 from BC, but how would I have soloed to get Ashes of Valar otherwise? This is totally my world first clear from BC itself that I played as. Wink, wink. I kind of would want some kind of maybe food and drink and all kinds of stuff. Yeah, all this netherweave cloth and stuff. Increase backpack size. Of course, you have to pay real money for that. It's the ultimate insult of a game. What is hitting me? Where you not only pay a sub fee, but you also have to pay. Of course, I didn't even buy Dragonflight. I just am subbed because I'm playing Classic anyway, so it's a good overlap. Although I've kind of always been subbed to be able to play Classic, just even when I wasn't. Like I always said, I would gladly sub to that for the rest of my life. Just pay $15 forever just for the ability to be able to play it whenever I feel like. That was the kind of peace of mind that you lose. Like, oh, what if I can never play it again? One of the best games of all time. And people make all these stupid arguments like, oh, well, just play the modern one. Just play something else. But especially for people who never played any of them before, what if you didn't get to do that? Like, you never played Ocarina of Time. Well, fuck you. Just go play Skyward Sword. Just go play Breath of the Wild. Just skip it instead of being able to go back. Like, Nintendo should just confiscate every copy of Ocarina of Time because who needs it anymore? But because of these games, people make some kind of ex post facto justification argument like, oh, well, since you can't play it, just go play something else, kind of. This is kind of an interesting way to go about it. So I like how close these are. So they not only squished it, but they kind of did something a little bit disingenuous. Or maybe these are higher level than I'm giving them credit for. These might be level 90s too, because this was like scaled up to Cataclysm. Maybe, because every zone would be protected then against... I don't know how that would work. These can't be level 70, and neither can I, because like I said, I wouldn't have been able to do what I did then. Something keeps hitting me like from up above somewhere. I'll just spend the whole time in one zone when I was trying to explore all of them. This could be a really fun, actually, ongoing series. There's so many things you could do with it potentially. And look how fascinated the hordes are with this random specimen of a human doing something they can't explain. I won't be able to kill the Wind Rider Master, which was the whole fun of doing this like in other expansions and stuff. So I don't even know what the point of this is. But this just shows you how much time I could spend on any little mundane thing. So that there is still a lot of fun to be had with the game outside of just, whatever, rushing for the endgame stuff. Especially when you haven't seen all this. 1427 Holy Energy collected. All these different mechanics that, of course, they never had before. This should, like, extinguish my fire. But then he is a phoenix, so he'll come back to life. I don't know what I'm trying to do here. That's what I always said too. Like, MMO sort of killed the completionist in me. Whenever it was a single player game, I would always try to 100% it and do every little thing and like really take my time. But then I started playing, you know, Tibia or then WoW eventually, and it's like you could try to do that, but you'd be doing it for the rest of your life. Like, you'd never be able to, even if you've been playing through all these expansions on a very regular basis, you still wouldn't be able to do every single expansion, or it would just take forever. And of course, some of the stuff is way too time consuming. Somebody keeps shooting me like from super high up above, and I don't know what to do about it. Like, can I take 2 of these if I play a discipline and keep using the heal? This is probably a pretty bad idea, but that's the biggest thing you have to spam, is just keep spamming 3. One of these things generates holy power. Oh, there's too much going on though. Yeah, that's the only thing you should do for it, is just keep using it to heal. I went from barely being able to kill one to killing numerous together, which doesn't seem like it should be the case, but biggest thing is you just gotta spam it, spam 3. It's like a dream come true for from somebody who would try to solo stuff as a warrior, because you wouldn't have these kind of heals, or maybe any heals at all. That's cutting it very close. I've kind of outstayed my welcome here maybe a bit. And I am going to have not only lay on hands, but also, yeah, it seems kind of cheesy to use lay on hands, but I just love how committed they are and how far they'll actually chase you. This is insane. 3, it can keep you just above though. Maybe I'm not doing it as often as I kind of can though. What is F8? What is F8? So they basically just have an unlimited amount of health, just in case you didn't realize. I'm trying to hold off on using lay on hands and stuff, but damn, some of these fights are actually kind of intense though. I'm surprised how close it's being. Of course, a lot of my abilities I'm not even using, but I got to put some of these in better keybind spots. But one of them decided to go back finally, eventually. The problem is the respawns come back so quick and I have to keep waiting. I have to have a better way to recover. This I kind of don't even want to use. Blessing of Freedom maybe sometimes will be useful. Although that kind of does a similar mobility thing. Oh, whoops. Ride a mount during combat. So here I can just heal manually, although this is not really the way you want to do it. So yeah, that makes it far more efficient. There's got to be some kind of goal that I have here. Like, what exactly am I trying to do? They seem to hit a lot more with the bow maybe than anything else. And of course, somewhere along the line, a player is going to try to stop me, but I think nobody really gives a shit. This kind of shows you everybody's dead inside and just nobody cares about a random town in a leveling zone that nobody uses anymore, and it's just kind of dead content, but at least it's still there and available to be played. So that does create a good, you know, imagine trying to do achievement hunting still and do all these kind of old dungeons for pieces of gear for your transmog. People always need like some sort of a spur. Like, they won't just do it on their own. They need like a gimmick. Like, oh, you could just do a 1 to 60 permadeath anyway, but no, you need the mod, the hardcore add-on, and now you can do it. And now you get to show off or something. The F3 did actually a lot. I didn't mean to do that. But of course, you can still attack while doing it. Okay, not too bad. We got to kind of push the pace a little bit, though. Otherwise, they'll keep coming back. We knock him back with that effect. Kind of don't want to fight right in town either, but keep doing the 3. Go like this. Hard mode Gromgall base clear with some very oddly statted items and character, and just kind of it randomly came together very well. So I'll do this for like every single zone I go to, I guess. I kind of just stumbled upon this. In fact, maybe I'm still in the Horde mindset, so I went over the town thinking that I could get, that I'm playing a Horde character in Classic. I went over the town thinking, oh, I'll just go check out, you know, some of the NPCs here and like interact with stuff. But then I forgot that, oh, I'm actually Alliance here. My first time playing Alliance since probably a while too. I mean, I really only have played Classic since re-release. So other than that, I didn't play this for years before, except very briefly. So maybe I came back to try out the Demon Hunter too, but I didn't do a whole lot with it. There's certain items that I thought were really cool. Like the puzzle box of Yogg-Saron, at least I know about it, I didn't have it. Where there was some staff as a priest that would kind of talk to you, like the heart in Dishonored. Like if you right click on the heart, you kind of hold it in your hand and it would tell you stuff. Like she lived alone and she killed her cat or something. Like it'll tell you like little secrets that they have or little dark truths about them. And so that's kind of a fun mechanic from, I think the puzzle box would tell you little riddles like that. But I think there was a staff for the priest that specifically did that very well too. It would have like flavor dialogue about so many different things in the world. I wonder if you can still get that. I'm always a fan of them just doing additive content, but not removing content in the process. So if they sort of do it in such a way that, you know, just because you're adding new stuff doesn't mean you have to get rid of something old unless you're recycling it in some stupid way like Nax. Just say, like, we built a new Nax for Kel'Thuzad in Northrend. You wouldn't have to move it there. And the whole point is, how did you even move it? Because didn't the Alliance just I mean, didn't the people who killed Kel'Thuzad and then the phylactery got escaped? But I thought what they did was they destroyed it. Wouldn't you have torn it down after you beat them? No, we beat Kel'Thuzad, but we just left it there to chill. It's like the same Dalaran sort of plot contrivance. The idea that Dalaran was meant to be sort of, what do you call it? It was meant to be destroyed by Archimonde, but then all of a sudden, oh, they just magically teleported it away. What a cool thing. I'm surprised there's even players here at all. But of course, these are like sharded shared servers between various things. I don't even know what this is. Is this even a PvP server? Or, I mean, I guess in some capacity it must be. Yeah, how would that even work if you tried to kill guards on a PvE server? Maybe you couldn't, but if you could, presumably, the whole point of it is that you would flag yourself then because you're going out of your way to do stuff like that. I actually never even thought about it like that. All these crazy animations going all around. Imagine you have 40 paladins doing it, but they have some way that they only show certain aspects of the animations to you, the person doing it, so it doesn't get overwhelming like that. This is kind of like the old days where I would kind of do stuff like this in the context of, see, isn't this so much more complex than older school RPGs? You're spamming a lot more buttons. That means it's better. That means it's more complex. Like, there's a bit of a fallacy to that. Sometimes less is actually more and better. Not that it always is, but people just think more equals harder or more complex or whatever. Because the less resources you have, the more intelligently maybe you have to use them. Okay, we go here. Yeah, I do kind of like that. People always pose that false duality. Oh, I bet you think current WoW sucks then or something. It's like, no, I haven't played it, so I have no idea. Maybe it's great. But I just happened to not play it. Like, I didn't want to play the same game my whole life, even if it is still great. And it's just kind of a sequelitis issue, too. I always say, like, when is the 10th sequel of a movie ever, of a movie series ever good? Right? It's usually not. So after a while, you kind of just give up on it. Like, you know, there's a reason why it got to that point. The original is usually very good. The sequel can be good, stuff like that. But after a while, it starts to sort of cannibalize itself or deteriorate in quality. So if you apply the same logic here, you would basically say to your, man, they respawn a little bit too fast. If you applied the same logic here, you would basically be in a position where you can, how much money do I even have? 989 gold. I don't know if they switched gold values too. Probably not. Or actually they might have. Gil Tabard, what did I design it for? Some kind of scroll? I don't know how I came up with the name for it. So basically, I wish I could kill the Flight Master, but obviously you'd have to be max level for that because everything's going to scale up in that sense. Even if the guards are super low level. And of course, even getting the Griffin when you're dead is a little bit interesting, but that's just the nature of the game now. In fact, they probably did that in like for these areas, they probably did that in Cataclysm, because before that you wouldn't have needed to die in an area like that. 35. That's gonna be very hard to kill this guy. Fighting right on the edge of the world. You can't really root a paladin, dude. I got Blessing of Freedom if I really want. We're gonna take down their primary means of transportation, and the goblins don't give a shit. This guy's a little bit tough. I like how level appropriate some of this stuff is just by sheer chance, because it is kind of makes sense. Like, if you're exploring the Cataclysm stuff, you're also level appropriate for it. You're not really like a current character. Oh shit, I'm actually riding their Zeppelin too. We can make an explosive entrance to somewhere. Where does this go again? I forget. Oh, it's just one of the ones that goes to like outside Orgrimmar, which would probably get me in a lot of trouble. We got to finish this guy off, so why not? There's always an epic place to have like a PvP battle or something. Oh, she was just chilling back the whole time. Wow. Now I could die while this is happening if it doesn't load it quickly enough. Or they just disappear. I'm just in Orgrimmar. Come on, let me fight the guard, dude. What a hilarious way to get there. It's not hard to get there at all. Wait, that shouldn't be the case, though. Oh, look, we end up back in Razor Hill. Even though I'm playing this on my Horde character right now. We spent like 2 episodes around there already. We logged out of some woman's hut because I made a rule where you can't log out twice in the same area. So that's how easy it would be to attack Orgrimmar. Have 40 people just go on the Zeppelin and there you are. You don't even have to work to try to get in there or anything. Nice defenses, dude. You got like 1 level 35 guard guarding the Zeppelin and that's it. I swear it didn't work like that before. It would have went like to the little thing here. I guess they just moved it inside, which is both an advantage and a disadvantage. Sure, it's convenient for people traveling on them, but it also creates a weakness like we just exposed. Right, from a lore standpoint, you can launch a very easy attack from that. So now we don't get the thing. And see how quickly they were on me just to kill me. Like, I'm just a dinky level 35. Like, what do you expect for me to do? I'm not going to kill anybody or cause any problem. Ember Silk Bag. A lot of the stuff you kind of just started with anyway. I'm a level 35 in level 70 BC gear. Not even for transmog purposes. There should be some way to indicate whether somebody's wearing transmog or not. Like, they should have some buff that says, oh, they're using transmogrified gear. Because otherwise you wouldn't know. Like, maybe I genuinely am just using this gear, which means it's really shitty. Or, what happened? What happened? Why did that happen? We end up back on the Zeppelin for some inexplicable reason. Level 40, I mean, presumably they could very easily kill me. So I'm dead and then I get revived here for no explicable reason. I better just get out of here or I'll spend all day in fucking Gromgal. Oh, nice little knockback. Constantly rooted, which really doesn't bother me. I could easily get out of it. So this breaks roots too, doesn't it? I'm pretty sure. Oh shit, he actually knocked me off. That's a good one. Oh, he'll stop me from even healing. For a little bit. Yeah, this is very mana inefficient actually, which is kind of how the Flash of Light always was anyway. Damn, I wish there was some kind of goal we could do in these. Okay, dude. In these areas. Like, I want to do something for it. Like, have some closure with each of these towns. It's actually a pretty good idea if everything's going to be scaled up to this level so perfectly that it's a moderate challenge. That was bizarre. Why did I even res there? Well, like, it doesn't want me to res in town in case I would use that to my advantage somehow? Oh, yeah, I love the water mounts, too. This mount can't benefit from mount equipment. This was a cool thing they did for Cataclysm, too. Right, just kind of a new idea. You're going to be spending a lot of time here. Increases swim speed, but by how much? It doesn't actually say. Or maybe this one was, like, kind of special and hard to get. Like, how many swimming mounts really are there in the whole history of the game? Filter... Sources, pet families. Yeah, let's just do aquatic. I feel like it's probably an underutilized thing. Meanwhile, there's like a million of them. This is probably the most basic, easiest one to get, but that is kind of fun. Oh, kind of treasure hunting at the bottom of the sea, except you... Oh, I even plan to get like some potions that maybe I have some. Yeah, of breathing. Allows you to breathe underwater. Look, I was prepared to do the full-on immersive exploration, and then I didn't do as much of it as I could. I'm totally going to make a series out of this, actually. Not anytime soon, but... like... Because I'm already doing WoW as a series, but... Maybe once that's over, or maybe... No, it would have to be in my other mystery multiplayer slot. Like, once League of Legends is over... once we do a thing where we try every single... I kind of don't like how if you jump out. Like, it should know you're not on land, but... Whatever. It's like the way of water concept. Like, we can recycle the same content over from the first movie, Avatar, and then just what changed? Oh, we're just fighting everybody at the water now, and they became Na'vi too, so they just look different. It's just like a cosmetic skin update. You know, Quaritch looks different, the area looks different, but that's basically it. This kind of makes it too easy to attack from the simple fact that you're able to... What? Wait, how did he kill me so easily compared to... Oh, these are elites. Well, they didn't seem to give a shit before when I was on the Zeppelin. I'm gonna actually break all my gear, which is gonna be no fun. There's so many cool little items and things I'm not gonna even know about. Like the... I don't know, like those are two good examples. The staff that talks to you and... Imagine if I did like some kind of completionist run of this. I'll start at level 1 and just try to look through every little thing that I've never seen before, which is gonna be pretty much most of the game now. There's got to be a goal that you have, like I don't know. Fuck, there's got to be something I can think of. Like, you're trying to get to a certain part of each town and kill somebody. And it would be the Fight Master if I was a high enough level to do that. Come on, these goblins are actually pretty MVPs. And even, I think for some reason, the Fight Master might have been a goblin too. Let's stay away from the Zeppelin, even though I just rode it into Orgrimmar. It doesn't even really make sense. That's never how Zeppelins worked before. They would take you from one zone to another, not into a major city. Yeah, and even they made Orgrimmar look pretty badass during Garrosh's reign. I don't like how they turned Sylvanas into such a weird, in a manner like they turned her into like a cartoon villain, but then in a different sense they tried to maybe redeem her a little bit and sort of make it like, oh, it's all part of a master plan where she's actually doing something good in the long run. So they won't attack me unless I attack them. But of course they're a Skull Elite, which means, you know, even if you were max level, it would be kind of hard to solo them. That's usually how they try to tune it, at least. Kind of think of an objective. There's got to be like, what is an NPC that would be meaningful to kill? That would require... That was kind of dumb, so it crashed. Okay, let's... Did I actually finish the exploration of Northern Stranglethorn? And if not, we should be able to finish... Oh, there's like a little flight path that we didn't get. I thought this... Oh, no, I guess I did discover that too. It just kind of looks like that even once you do discover it. To the beach. You see, even using the map is kind of like cheating. You should still do an exploration run. That's probably one of the funniest immersive elements I did in a game. Like, I'm doing Hogwarts Legacy, right, on release, first playthrough permadeath, which I failed at pretty miserably anyway. But that's besides the point. I said, oh, I'm not allowed to use the map in the school. I have to figure out my way on my own. So like, I kind of know where I have to go. I have to go to, let's say, go to a certain class, right? Defense Against the Dark Arts. Who's always the bad guy is the professor of that. What a surprise. But yeah, I said I can't use the map, so I have to find it on my own, and it kind of simulates the real life experience of like getting lost in... Imagine if it was Grom Gall that I hadn't discovered, even though I spent so much time digging around there. It sort of simulates the experience of getting lost in school your first day. I don't get why it crashed though. Like, we can't even play a game this old and this out of date. Like, what? Are the graphic settings too high? Like, I can't handle them? I mean, these games always take a shortcut. Oh yeah, that was another thing I was gonna say. Like, yeah, I like how that aura just kills them on its own. This is a leatherworking trainer just out in the middle of nowhere, although that kind of added a bit of depth to it. Like, even in Senjin Village, they give you that little touch of like, the fishing trainer isn't in the town. He's like outside by the water, where it makes more sense, where he actually fishes in a little hut. So little flavorful things like that, and just a sense of identity to the professions and everything, where like, oh, there's, even to the classes, like, oh, there's lockboxes that only rogues can pick, and just little nuanced things like that. The people are actually questing here and stuff. But no, what was I gonna say? Just... Oh, fuck, I just had something I was gonna say. It's the fact that... I like how he goes into that little... I forget when it happens. He'll go like where his wings go flat for a second, and he just goes top speed or something. Even though it's the same speed no matter what. This partly makes me want to do it more than anything, because even though Ashes of Alar might not seem that impressive by today's standards, it just kind of makes it more fun to fly around, obviously. What was I just about to say? I like the fact that... Damn, I can't remember. Like, they put these NPCs in kind of good locations. It was something before that. Damn. Why is there even that arrow there? Oh, just to hide the buffs? All these little different mechanics they have now? I wonder what the debuff or buff limit is now. Right, where you could only put X number of dots on a target. So we discover a little outpost here. Refugee point kind of thing for Livingston. There was some kind of a other weird thing like this, right? Oh, rebel camp. Yeah. Does that mean I've explored the whole zone? Like, what couldn't I have explored that I would need to? Because it didn't give me the achievement there, did it? for the Cape of Stranglethorn. This is like a little mini puzzle where you should have to figure out, but even using the map is a little bit of a disservice in that. It's almost like you could say these islands, but then the islands count as the other thing too. Or it could be like the lake, even though the lake's showing kind of the Vile Reef. It's kind of hard to say. I don't really even have anything in particular I'm trying to do with this. It's just, you know, we looked into here, the Sundering, unless there's another part of the Sundering. I mean, the whole world basically got sundered, so that's a very, you'll have to be more specific. You have any idea how little that narrows it down? It's the part of the world that Deathwing sundered and fucked up. Oh yeah, that one. It's hilarious how they use that to just explain everything, though. Even though I like the core idea of it. Very ambitious way to sort of reskin the world and, you know, change pretty much everything. Although these areas weren't that different, as you might expect. DG we looked at. I don't see anything here that would really be unexplored. And even this one, oh, maybe it's like this. But everything's kind of colored in. That's kind of weird. Now, you could look in the achievement thing and it would tell you, like, oh, this is the part you still have to explore. So that might give you a hint that you shouldn't really be allowed to do that. The Savage Coast. Maybe it could be like that little part there. Because even the sand part kind of confuses you a little bit. It makes it look almost unexplored. I don't see anything on the map that could be... I guess zooming in could be allowed. That's discovered. If it's not this part... Oh, here we go. Yojamba Island. But even that still isn't it. And then this becomes just like part of Westfall. What a mystery. We saw this gate before. Assuming all that's discovered. So apparently that we hadn't discovered, which barely even makes sense. Oh, it's going to be this one dinky island that you can barely tell even exists. Because that is at least part of this zone. This at least makes it interesting, the fact that it's so obscure. At times, but most zones aren't going to be this difficult. That's so weird. Like, these islands look the same now as they did before. It's not like they weren't colored in or something. Yeah, it's just a little rock, of course. This will complete the whole thing. Is it really going to have a name and significance to it? It's not. Or we have to discover the Great Sea, of course, and get fatigue damage before it acknowledges our success here. Yeah, see, like when he was just about to do it there before I interrupted it. I like these little remixes of the music they did, too. Oh, they seem to even make fatigue go faster now. Or maybe it's based on how fast you move. Kind of makes less sense when you're not swimming yourself, which up until Cataclysm wouldn't have been possible even here. Or like, what if we use the swimming mount? They're the ones who are getting fatigued, not us. Not that you want anything to happen to them either, but this didn't count because that's part of the other zone. It could be that just like part of this is considered here. That's what's confusing, right? The Cape of Stranglethorn starts there. So why would you think that this would be any different? This music didn't really change much. I was hearing the Westfall music for a second, and that one was kind of remixed a little bit. This is still turning it into too much of a little, you know, rehashed experience where... Oh, did they make it so like mounts and stuff are shared through the account too? Because then I wouldn't feel so bad on trying to do this on somebody else. Okay, so that wasn't it. What a weird thing. I don't see anywhere on this that I may not have explored, aside from maybe the water here. But ZG is kind of just like one little thing that's going to be... Huh. Failed exploration challenge already. See, that doesn't look colored in, but we already looked at it, like... Maybe just I shouldn't read into the fact that it's colored in so much. I should just try to go everywhere anyway. Livingston Marshall. Some of these quests it's almost treating like they are relevant for me. Or like at least close enough to be. Iron deposit. For some reason I have some fetish for mining now. Yeah, the guy who got from like 1 to max level, not even just doing doing trade professions, but also just doing it in the starting zone, like for pandas. Panda Purgatory. Maybe that's the kind of hard mode challenge I wouldn't like to do because that's just too much. You know what? Maybe I could look at this, but explore Northern Stranglethorn. Where was it? I just saw it. Bambala. What the fuck is Bambala? Now I still have to use deduction skills to figure that out. If it's not in the water here in the mountains, I have no idea where it is. Quest objectives, trivial quests. What an interesting thing, though. This is kind of cool, like a puzzle. Dynamic puzzle. Sometimes the parts are colored in and they sort of still, you know, don't count as you having discovered them, as we've kind of seen already. It could be like some weird thing out in the mountains like this. Right, like what is this area? It's still technically part of the zone. It's kind of unfair, though, when they color in the map and it looks already accounted for. Like, what is this? This isn't ZG. This is like looking on to another zone altogether. Blasted lands. This looks a little bit different. The Tainted Forest. This is still, gonna be like more like Zangarmarsh. Enemy types that maybe didn't even exist here in the first place, although I don't remember. It's a pretty cool looking area. For some reason it seemed, was it like this maybe in vanilla and I just forgot? Maybe to some extent. It'd be so fun if these were like a little more level appropriate, then I would feel maybe some desire to fight through some of this. Like, what if I became completely naked or something? The problem is your base abilities do too much for that to really work. So Bambala is apparently a thing there. I shouldn't be able to really use this too much for that purpose, but Gromgal, maybe that's to indicate like where they are, because it's not like in alphabetical order. Fort Livingston, Balia Ma ruins. Like, are those all next to each other? They're kind of not. It almost makes it seem like a town. This actually seems weird. Or maybe you'll have a better view on this point. The dungeon, it's not going to be part of ZG, I don't think. We kind of went around the mountains. That's the ogre compound, I guess, where it comes out. I really have no idea. Oh, we can kind of even see it there. Look at that. That is a trick of the light. Jesus Christ. So it's just like right in front of ZG. So I guess it wasn't a really hidden spot. It was just hiding in plain sight. And I even had to cheat with my achievements to do it. So I'll try to refrain from using that. Yeah, I'll make a priest, and I forget how many boosts they gave you. Just try to get that staff so it talks shit to me all the time. Imagine how much flavor there could be. Not that they would really do it for every single thing in the world, but they would kind of like, they could theoretically do that if they wanted to. What's in here? Nothing. I like how it lets you use your mount too in places that you maybe wouldn't expect, or because you're going so fast it doesn't know to dismount you. Like, it's rude to use your mount indoors, don't you know? So you should just auto dismount and get yourself killed potentially. Like how Link won't use his sword indoors. Even if some threat arose, he still would just somehow refuse to in a town. A lot of mining nodes, which I don't really care about. In fact, I don't even have like a tracking thing on, I don't think. It's just more so that just saves you time having to mount up. Really lazy, entitled way to get around. There's just so many things you could still do with this. So I will give them credit for, you know, keeping all these things around. I don't, on one hand, I like the scaling, but on another hand, I don't like it. Oh, you know what? The coolest thing you can do too is you can turn off experience. So if you do that, then you're in a position where there's a lot of things you can potentially do, especially when it's going to scale. So like they're all level 30, so I'll lock myself at level 25 and try to fight my way through higher level enemies or something. So Stranglethorn's verdict as far as the Cataclysm, assuming it's basically the same as it was then, maybe some of the stuff is healed or they fixed it, like, however, through some druidic means or otherwise, but for the most part, like, we could do ZG too. Let's do heroic ZG. If that, I don't know, I forget now if they change stuff like that. Mythic ZG. It actually was showing the skull, so is this actually going to be something beyond 35 elite?
What you want?
That makes it seem like these are going to be too high level. Wait, it is actually scaling to me. Oh wow, what is that? Maybe I'd have to make it just regular? Or they might have just recycled it and made it so that you had to do it again organically anyway. So it's not like they updated it. They actually used it as like normal content. Only available as a heroic dungeon. What? He's probably farming for something. Level 70, which means he actually is max level. Seems kind of weird seeing that. Ultimate BC nostalgia. What is this? Experience eliminated. Experience gains disabled. There may be someone out there who can help you remove this. Wait a second. I was just talking about it, but I didn't see that icon there before. So why did it appear as soon as it's like a voice command ability or a buff, debuff. Weird. Okay, so we're done with this area. Let's check out the Blasted Lands. Trying to think of a way to make this somehow combat intensive, but I guess I just can't. The only way to do it would be to be naked or like wear an RP set of gear that then, like, let me go naked and just see what it's like. Go naked and have, you know, I don't want to look naked though, so I could have a transmog and have gear that's just like all cosmetic stuff. Would this make it even moderately challenging to fight like level 30s? And you would think it should. I mean, it shouldn't come down so much to your base abilities and how much they do. It should sort of be like, I don't know. We got to come up with some kind of hard mode format as a bonus here. Like, even the weapon I don't want, but then you can't use your abilities and stuff. Or like, we should only be able to use the abilities that don't require, but that's kind of no fun either. If I die to this, I should have to delete everything. No, see, it's just the base damage that your abilities do is just too good. That's stupid. Like, there's only a 5 level difference here. I'm hitting him with my fist for that much. Like, what is that? I can't think of a way to really do it then. You'd have to actually make a lower level character. Maybe I should test something out with that. Can I use Ashes of Valar on somebody else? Because then I might make a whole another thing out of this. Somehow, like, making it relevant to actually fight through stuff, or at least moderately challenging. I was trying to do that with the guards there kind of a little bit. I'm actually surprised how much I'm enjoying this and how many ideas come to mind. See, in a way, I almost avoided playing it just because of this. It's not that there isn't stuff to do. There's maybe too much stuff to do. Collections. Of course, it'd be impossible to catch up with some of the stuff over time. Orgrimmar. Of course, you can have, like, alternate faction stuff. This is a normal server. Yeah, let's see if she can use Ashes of Valar. Not only cross-character, but cross-faction stuff. I think that's how it works, actually. Even though it arguably shouldn't work that way. You can only use outside. I like the mobility that Demon Hunters have. Like, I did some kind of parkour stuff in Zangarmarsh or something. So even as much as I said, you do like a jumping challenge with it. Yeah, so I guess as long as you can use this, I don't mind. There are some interesting design things that they chose to do with this. Because your collection becomes so big that you start to feel, you know, kind of attached to it, I'm sure, for people. Mine, obviously, is not like that because I don't even have my original account, but... Trying options have been simplified, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, this doesn't really solve the problem of making that more difficult, though. Like, I almost want a level 30 character or less so that these areas become more relevant. And I can obviously change. I can have one character at every level threshold. The level 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 45. Would it let me, like, do a boost thing? Level 45? I don't know what I was doing at Northrend here. You have a 35, 40, and 45. Probably all things that they just let me boost in different expansions that I probably played for like one day, just randomly. But I didn't really buy a lot of the older expansions, so I guess you know, if you haven't bought an expansion since Wrath and you just bought Dragonflight, it would just give you all the other ones, right? It's not going to charge you for each one individually. That'd be kind of bullshit. Northrend was the last time the game was good, let's say, even though that's not the sort of thing I would normally say. And I'm that's like even the thing. Even if I say Mists of Pandaria is a stupid premise and what they did, you know, with the panda race is dumb, it doesn't mean, yeah, they were sure pandering to the Asian market and stuff with that one. Even if I criticize that, it doesn't mean that the expansion wasn't good or the content or the raids and stuff, right? All that stuff is interchangeable because they could have been saving some of those ideas back. Like, it doesn't have to have anything to do with pandas and the area they're in. Like, oh yeah, this was an idea we had for a boss in Wrath, but we chose to save it for the next expansion, whatever that expansion was going to be. So I guess we're just stuck on a loading screen? What's the deal? They don't want me to appreciate the Wrath areas. I'm bashing the other stuff too much. It's just so fun seeing all the different stuff that you're not familiar with. Kind of going back to my old saying of like, even if something isn't new, it's still new to you, right? Like, oh, go watch this movie from the 1940s, like Casablanca, if you haven't seen it. But, oh, but it's so old. But if you haven't seen it, it's new. That's what it comes down to, right? People make it too much about the sort of public perception rather than their own experience. You can do everything I'm doing just by subscribing, I guess. Like, you know, I'm subscribed for Classic WoW, but it still lets you do this. So this is kind of a fun bonus thing, actually. I don't mind it. Like, even without buying the expansion, or arguably without buying any expansion, right? Like, I wonder if it would let you do this if you had never bought. I guess you wouldn't have necessarily these characters then from all the boosts and stuff, but it kind of trivializes when I say, like, oh, the only characters I've gotten to max level is like my mage or my warrior and stuff back in the day. Technically, I got all these other characters past that level because they just give them to you for free. I might have to close it out and reopen it. Oh, this kind of shows you it was bugging out in Wrath, and then it takes me to Ruby Sanctum. This kind of shows you I was trying to do every single raid from the point that I stopped playing onwards, like to see all the lore and the 5-man dungeons and stuff. So this is right when I quit. I don't think I ever did Ruby Sanctum, or maybe I did it once. But yeah, right after Wrath, pretty much at the very end. Kind of a good bridge. I don't know why I have all these random level characters, like 35, 40, and 45. So they must have just given them to me, because I certainly didn't spend time leveling in any of this other time. I probably just logged in and they gave me like a free boost or something. This would be kind of fun to see just for the voice acting. That's one of my favorite things ever in the history of WoW, is the WoW boss quotes, the voice acting and all this kind of stuff. So many underrated ones, like from 5-man dungeons and stuff too, like the guy from the Arcatraz, where he's like, his opening line is pretty badass, like it is a small matter to control the mind of the weak, for I bear allegiance to forces untouched by time, unmoved by fate. Not even the no force on this world or beyond could harbor the strength to bend our knee, not even the mighty legion. And of course, I just know that offhand. Some things I remember in such detail, and some things I don't remember at all. Wait, but this is a question mark. So what? Oh no, but that's just how fucking raid bosses work. Like, I should easily be able to kill it. So my whole objection to this is I don't want it to be too easy, which I guess maybe this isn't, but I want there to be like a real chance of me potentially being able to die. What they did with the voice acting in this game was actually amazing, though. Like, some of the things are awesome. They get like Liquid Snake to do Malagos and has so many badass lines. So of course your abilities give you rage now instead of taking it away. Like, what am I even supposed to do with that? And you're healing for more than a goddamn priest would be able to, or anything else. What does he do now?
Burn in the master's flame.
Yeah, give me more boss quotes. Heat that shit right up. It's hard to really judge that, right? Like, maybe I should do this on one of the lower level characters, like the 40 or the 30 or something. So I do want to make somebody who's going to make those lower level areas relevant. So for example, it could be, it's no fun for me unless there's some real chance of dying, though. I have to feel like there's some kind of risk factor here. This just feels way too easy, although this isn't even truly the main boss. I guess here, if I remove some of my gear, there could be some relevance to that. We're breaking so many stereotypes about warriors. Like, you can't do Whirlwind with a shield on, and you're not even in the right stance for it, and all these kind of other things. Defensive stance, berserker stance. So they remove the middle ground of just battle stance. I mean, it's going to be on me, I think, no matter what. It doesn't matter where I go. That mechanic doesn't seem to do a lot, so maybe I'll dick around with my gear a little bit. Let's actually just do this place just for the heck of it. Although maybe it would have been harder if you don't kill these, like the Sarth 4 Drakes type of thing. But they have a decent amount of health, so that makes it seem like, oh, you know, there's a certain factor of it being appropriate difficulty. But the fact that she can't even damage me at all is kind of unfair. Spam execute, kind of pad your damage a little bit. That was always a warrior's dream come true, because what stays below a certain amount of health for the maximum amount of time is going to be a raid boss with so much health. Or like a NPC. Yeah, actually, I don't know how that works in terms of... Or maybe I already did it too. Yeah, we would go from the Ruby Sanctum and we could do every single dungeon from that point on. At least, you know, that I could afford to do, which... Level 45 could be as high as like level 90 or maybe even 100. I don't know why or how I would have gotten such a thing, but what if I take off some of my gear? In fact, even this gear is not particularly good. So again, they make too much of it about your character's base abilities. I could take all this stuff off. Oh, I like this one too. The Vanquished Tentacle, just because it looks cool. Or maybe there was some kind of other...
I am trapped within this tree. I require aid.
That's a little bit comical, as much as I'm praising the voice acting.
Your power wanes, Ancient One. Soon you will join your friends.
This could be so fun if I find a way to actually make it relatively challenging. The problem is you have to go to such care and great detail to do that. But then again, you can get like one character within relevance of that for like each expansion. So maybe that's even what I was trying to do, even though they kind of handed them to me a little bit. So these should be easy enough to kill. Just kind of spam Whirlwind. You're healing for such a ridiculous amount that it's not going to matter a whole lot. Or maybe I shouldn't be that picky about every little thing, but you know, you got to make it a little more challenging than this. Or you could do it on like heroic difficulty, which it might not even be on. I don't even know. I think I'm just a little bit too high level. Like these are still... I don't get how the level squish works with this. Why are these only level 30, what, 32? Even though the stuff in Stranglethorn Vale is also level 30. That's kind of weird. I mean, it kind of lets you loot in an AoE sense, too. So maybe if I was level 40 and doing this, it wouldn't be so bad. Well, since we're here, let's just indulge it, but... We should do some parkour stuff on the Demon Hunter. Like, let's touch base with all three of these characters. And then I'll even make a new character. And maybe, like, try to get it to a level where... I could just level, like, in a normal experience and just see what it's like. That would be fun. Let's actually go back and make a mage for the first time since probably playing the game for the first time. And see how the experience is. Probably completely weird and jacked out, but... So we can explore the zones by doing it that way and see what's different. Let's make, like, a character that we've never made before, though. Like... Something on the Horde and a different starting zone. Maybe like an undead mage. Balthorus the Warborn. Yeah, I wonder what happens if you just pull this. Or maybe you can't.
Entertainment has arrived.
Some of these voice actors, they obviously reuse for a lot of stuff. So that's the same voice actor as such and such boss that I can't think of off the top of my head. The 5 is glowing, but I still can't do it. I like how rage is sort of inverted with how it works. Everything seems to be giving me rage and I maxed out the whole time. Instead of it being, you know, like, it starts at 0 and you try to work your way up to the top. Of course, a lot of these mechanics go out the window too because you're only one unit. So if they focus fire on you, which they will by default, a lot of them you can't avoid even if you wanted to. Or you could do like heroic leap to get away, which you can do way farther than I would have thought. At least a warrior is a class that I actually played. And look how tiny and dinky you really look. This is like playing Diablo, like a single-player RTS game where you have the same camera perspective. That's why I always criticize them. Actually, triple the pain. Now it's not even applying to that. Maybe they have like way less health, so you should focus fire them down. It's kind of fun to see these mechanics, period, and also to kind of see the voice acting lines and lore and stuff. So somebody's trapped in the tree. He keeps doing that crazy yell. That's always the best part of the voice acting.
I didn't see that coming.
159 gold just for that.
I could not have
102,000.
held out for much longer. A terrible thing has happened here.
So maybe they didn't squish the gold, because that is a crazy meaningful amount, actually. Or at least...
We believe the sanctum was well fortified, but we were not prepared for the nature of this assault.
It doesn't really give you good feedback when you target somebody. And why are you so much bigger than me?
Materialized from thin air and set upon us before we could react. We did not stand a chance.
They started off like with...
As my brethren perished around me, I managed to retreat here and bar the entrance. They slaughtered us with cold efficiency. But the true focus of their interest seemed to be the eggs kept here in the sanctum. The commander of the forces on the ground here is a cruel brute named Zerithrian. But I fear there are greater powers at work.
Spoilers, it's Deathwing. Lol, the guy in the cheese shop in Stormwind told you that a few expansions ago. Deathwing will come and attack Stormwind before that happens. Amazing foreshadowing.
Their plans, heroes. But I know
Heroes. Do you think I have a split personality or something?
Succeed.
Directed by M. Night Shyamalan. That wasn't Anya's breakthrough role, though, so I guess that's the one good thing to come out of M. Night Shyamalan's career, besides Signs and Sixth Sense, is that he kind of, you know, helped Anya reach the mainstream a little bit with that. So, what do we have as far as... She's just going to be one of those actresses who now appears in everything. Oh yeah, I was saying, like, they went for sort of a more cartoonish graphic style, and I'm not saying that Vanilla WoW and stuff wasn't a little bit cartoonish or even a lot, but at that point the graphics are at such a level that okay, they're just doing that partly out of necessity and partly out of style. But over time they could have chose to edge it the other way, like let's try to make it more serious and more, you know, ingrained and immersive. Instead they made it more cartoonish over time, and that's why they should have done WoW 2 in sort of a new engine. And the other point of that is like with Wind Waker, right? Wind Waker went for a cartoonish style. So the graphics are still better than Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time, obviously, running on the GameCube, right? But the style was overly cartoonish and a lot of people didn't like it. So there is something to that. So let's see. Oh, there's going to be like 1,000,000 reps too you can do. And a lot of people might just level like that, doing Dungeon Finder the whole time. Raid Finder, everybody kind of bitched about. The whole idea of raid difficulties was kind of folding on itself too. The whole point of raids was like, do the raid that's easiest. So if you want to do the easy raid, just do Molten Core or just do Karazhan. And if you want to do a level that's, or a raid that's harder, then do, you know, Ice Crown or Ulduar or something. So the difficulty is ingrained to the raid themselves. You don't need to do a specific one in a specific level of difficulty, but I guess their logic with that is still sound. Like, nobody got to do Nax 40, so you may as well just not... You know, it's a waste of content, but it kind of added a sort of mythology to it. Like, if you were able to do it, that felt so badass, or it's kind of a case where you're able to sort of, I don't know, it adds special meaning to it. It did come out like near the beginning of BC, so that's part of the reason why maybe people didn't care enough to do it, but that even makes it more badass, because like the people who went that far, it was kind of like beating the game, basically. It's 25, but how do you tell what the difficulty actually is? Dungeon difficulty is heroic. Now mythic, I don't even know when that was introduced. Was it in... I don't think it was in Cataclysm. Yeah, see how many different layers of the difficulty they made. So this is kind of like a throwaway raid too. It's so short. It doesn't even deserve to be a raid. It's like a 5-man dungeon. Just go kill like Sard 3 Drakes, Obsidian Sanctum type of bullshit. But even here, I might have disabled my experience, or maybe not. Maybe I'm just not obviously getting it from these. I don't really understand the level aspect here. It's one thing if they squished it, but it doesn't seem consistent. If you're looking at Stranglethorn Vale and the enemies are level 30, and you're looking at this place and the levels are 32, what sense does that make? Like, what is the math of it? These should be much higher than that, because this would be like level 80, 85. No, I mean, still 80, because it was before. Kind of a good way to foreshadow obviously the next expansion, but not really, because it's kind of a shitty little thing. So there's gonna be like one more boss right there. The Tharian guy, he's got 2,077,000. Yeah, so much for the squish idea, but it's still probably a lot less than he would have had originally. I only have 3,000 health, yet these clowns can't get through that. It just makes you feel so weak, but you're really not. Well, let's try to pull all of these together then. 100% clear the thing. Yeah, the way to make this really cool would be if you were just able to really scale everything in a way that it actually makes it at least remotely difficult. Let's use the tentacle on something. I forget how far it goes. I'd make a whole build of all these RP items. Like, the tentacle is not going to be very good, or maybe it will. It at least survived a couple hits from a raid boss. I forget when or how you even get that. Is it actually from Ulduar? Vanquish clutches of Yogg-Saron. Calls forth the Vanquish tentacle to serve you for 20 seconds. I mean, it's kind of just cool more than anything. Even with all this shit, you're just out healing them. Don't you love that? Like how every class became a healer. Warriors were always antithetical to healing. Like Bloodthirst was kind of just a gimmick that could sometimes be okay for like killing a single enemy in PvE. But look at this now. What a total farce you turn it into. So even something like this, which I'm doing for the immersive element, gets ruined by how easy it is. But you gotta kind of put in the work yourself, I guess, to make it. It'll sort of toe the line between being impossible and being adequately challenging. If you commander rallies other combatants with the battle roar, I was trying to do that myself, but there are no other combatants. Having whirlwind the whole time because of the sheer magnitude of the number of enemies here. Yeah, let's dick around on the demon hunter a little bit, and then let's do something on like make a new character. Not that I'm going to read all the quest text and stuff to do it, but that is what's funny. Like, we could make a 1 to max level permadeath character that way too, and you know, do it the same way, like we're the same style that we would play classic in or anything else. And so that makes any game more interesting. The problem is there's a preconceived notion that, like, oh, I was trying to do my horse thing there, like on the Paladin. There's a preconceived notion that, oh, the game's not really good and it's not really worth playing, but yet you'll still play it anyway. Like, either make up your mind. If it's worth playing, then do it, you know, in all its totality. And if not, then just skip it and go to something else that is worth doing. That was always sort of my cutting edge argument. Like, don't just play a game that's okay or that's good or that's kind of hanging on to its past successes, that it still exists, right? Like, that's what's funny. People who play current WoW would say, oh, people just like a classic or whatever because of nostalgia. Meanwhile, they're playing a game that wouldn't exist because of nostalgia, because regardless of how good it might be in its current state, it's kind of like hanging.
Has chosen capable allies. A pity that I must end you.
Like, it's sort of hanging on to that too. Like, it wouldn't exist for this long if it wasn't for the pedigree more so than anything. You can't tell me in its current state. There are no minions though. What do you mean? If you had left some stuff alive, and of course you get better loot and whatnot for doing that, but oh, now they come in super late. This almost makes it feel more like a Diablo experience, but you still have to have more stuff that is a threat to you. He brings out the fire. That's at least pretty cool, so you can't leave the area, and kite them all around the whole room. What a weird concept for raids though. Like, for them to be this small, and even as a 5-man dungeon, this is kind of underwhelming. Or like even the vault of Archivon or whatever. That's at least a little bigger, but all these little gimmicky things that people would do mindlessly every week. It's the kind of thing like, oh, do it once and then you're satisfied, but you know, that's not how these games work. You're not only doing I don't know, like content in that case that's kind of underwhelming, where it's such a small raid, but then you have to do it on farm. But you can say, oh, that makes it easier. We just want to get it over as quickly as possible, but then you're doing it for the outcome, not for the experience. MMOs would break the completionist even in somebody like me, but then it makes you realize how farcical a lot of it is. Okay, hurry up. This is just not really a fun way to do it. If I tried this on my level 40 character, that might do something for you. So was it even... Oh, I thought he was supposed to be here. Oh yeah, he comes after maybe. Haleon. There was some joke like Halecon and on, like there's some song named that he was somehow associated with. In fact, maybe that was his name and then they changed it.
Some insects. You're too late. The ruby sanctum is lost.
Lost to what, dude? Like, there's nothing here.
The world teeters on the brink of annihilation. You will all bear witness to the coming of a new age of destruction.
Still better lip syncing than Dark Souls. His voice is kind of okay, I guess. Yeah, see, we're just too strong for this to even be remotely anything.
The heavens burn.
I need like some kind of chart to show me what level equals what, just to make sense of it. So this would have been a level 80 raid boss, which means level 45 is like way higher than that. Or, I mean, even the difference of one expansion can make that big of a difference sometimes. Like where, you know, you'd still be able to solo raids from the last one, although usually not. Usually it was at least like 2 expansions away. If I tried to do this on my level 35, then maybe I wouldn't have been able to do it. And of course, if you buy Dragonflight, they'll probably give you a boost to even higher levels. So we'll have like a character at every 5 level increment to kind of dick around with. Doesn't this look so epic badass? You got the fire thing around you like in Ocarina of Time. But it's just almost as easy as even that.
You will find only suffering within the realm of Twilight. Enter if you dare.
Stephanie Meyer's warning: if you read her favorite book. Is that even her name? Who wrote Twilight? Fuck. Or if you watch it even. Who would have thought that guy would end up playing Batman of all things? Not even that he's not a good actor, but you kind of get typecast and stereotyped because of that. That was his breakthrough role, so you can't complain about it too much.
Beware the shadow.
It's just so hard to come up with the right criteria because there's so much. The biggest thing is you gotta do it by level because there are no spell ranks, right? So you kind of have to. Like, what if they added a feature like that where you could make an ability do as little damage as you want? You can't make it do more, but like instead of Whirlwind doing 98 damage, which I don't even understand how that aspect works either, because it can't be doing that little, otherwise, you know, we're doing like 10,000. But you could reduce it at will, so I can make it do 1 damage or 20 damage just to create my own sort of challenge with it. Let's try to jump across this for like a cool effect. Even though I don't really have to. Turn it into like a bullet hell game. There are a lot of things I would still want to do with this. And thankfully, a lot of it is still the same. Imagine when this game goes offline, how sad that would be. I feel like my character is disproportionately small. Like, even compared to that Blood Elf. Like, why was she so much bigger than me? I guess as NPCs in general can sometimes be. Like, let's pretend that's a one-hit kill. We can't get hit by that at all, but it's hard to even keep track whether you are getting hit by it or not.
I am the light and the darkness. Cower mortals before the herald of Deathwing.
Yeah, real subtle as to what the expansion is going to be about then. I thought we were kind of dancing around it. Like the Blood Elf was saying, begins to regenerate. Let's see if we can out damage it. I think I probably still could, but it might be, oh, it might actually come down where it's impossible to do it then. Without pressure in both realms. Your companion's efforts forced him further into the Twilight realm. But I don't have any companions. What are you talking about? Without pressure, his corporeality. I mean, I could always come back and forth, I guess. Well, let's just try to do it like this, or maybe not.
The heavens burn.
Or sometimes it'll be like, you know, it'll be actually impossible to do solo. As much as I'm complaining it's too easy, it'll go from either inevitable or impossible. The old Plants vs. Zombies thing. Or for a lot of games can potentially be like that. Yeah, let me fight both of them at once like it was showing me. Damage dealt increased by 100%. Damage taken increased by 200%. Inflicts 4R2. It doesn't really give a good indication of how much he's exactly healing for. I guess you could pop some cooldowns down. Or keep him within the execute range. Come on, even if you're getting a little bit of damage through, he's just healing for too much. Oh, see, that should be a one-shot right there. Yeah, okay, we're still breaking through it. Begins to regenerate. How come I'm doing so much more now all of a sudden? I guess it was execute alone that made it seem like that. That was at least a little bit of a good mechanic.
Mortals, it will be your last. This world will burn with the Master's return.
He says that when he's already face down in the ground with no lip syncing to go along with it. And that's a nice little rhyme. So the problem is that gear doesn't impact you as much as I thought it would, which arguably you could say is a good thing from a different manner of speaking. But what I'm saying is I could become naked and, you know, item level 17. This is all just kind of gimmick garbage stuff. But I could take it all off and I still wouldn't be that weak, right? Your base abilities are just too strong and there's no ranks or anything to make them weaker. So yeah, we could do those as like little bite-sized things. Just check out every 5-man dungeon and every raid just to see, you know, what the lore is, what the enemies are, what the voice acting is. The best voice acting might have been from the first guy, actually, where we rescued the Blood Elf. Yeah, see, they always plan ahead with stuff like that, too. Oh, there was this portal, the whole expansion, and they never used it. Or even some of them, they still never used, or I don't know for what. This is like for the Emerald Dream, more like the Emerald Nightmare. Yeah, all those sort of like hypothetical subject matters that they either talked about or people hypothesized about. The Emerald Dream could be an expansion, or the South Seas, which basically became BFA, where you would do Kulturas and stuff to do with pirates and all. The what was the other one? Like the Twisting Nether was the name. That was actually an official name of an expansion too. But then they kind of redubbed it as either Legion or, yeah, I guess Legion would make the most sense. Where you go to like the Legion home planet or whatever it is. Yeah, it's interesting. And then of all these good ideas they had, no, let's do fucking Mist of Pandaria. Northrend was a pretty awesome place too. We could do the same thing, like fly through it. But the difference with this is this won't be like, oh, it'll be different from when you saw it because of Deathwing. He only attacked he only attacked the Eastern Kingdom of Kalimdor. He ignored all this other shit. How convenient. I mean, it makes sense because that's where, you know, most of his enemies, let's say, are that pose him a threat, but Path of the Titans, blah, blah, blah. I don't know what I'm even doing on her. Let's log out and do maybe something on the other dude. Basically, all I explored was like Stranglethorn Vale, and we had at least a cool puzzle-solving moment. How many characters can you even have? Like, what if you make a new one? What all is he gonna say? Like, whether you want to do Mecha Gnome. Look how many they added, but so many of them are just like different versions of the same thing, right? Night Elf, Void Elf. To unlock this race, earn the achievement You Are Now Prepared. Then visit the Storm Embassy to recruit it. Dark Iron Dwarf, Kulturan. Like, they are just cosmetic differences to them. So Gnome, Human, Dwarf. At least this feels like a different faction because they were always like, you know, some of your enemies, but now some of them will join you. Draenei and obviously Elf. So there's really no other races that, at least I wasn't aware of. Right, Draenei, Worgen, Pandaren, Goblins, Blood Elves, Pandaren. At least they were honest that they were trying to pander. So what is this even? Yeah, what is the Valpera an offshoot of? It's just not. It's just a random thing. Zandalari Troll, Magar Orc, High Mountain Tauren, Nightborn. Secluded in Suramar for 10,000 years, the Nightborn developed unrivaled mastery of the arcane arts. As if the other elves don't have that as well. That's all they ever care about is magic. How surprising. This one seems kind of weird, and it has nothing to do with anything. At least the other ones are offshoots of other races. Create a limited new level 60 character and try for a limited time. You can purchase a boost token at any time to unlock this character permanently. Now, level 60 is not the current thing, right? It would be level 70, so at least it would force you to, may as well just give you level 72, because who cares even about the leveling experience? And this is obviously the new class, Evoker. So let me try something maybe weird. If we were to make like a mage. Mages are the iconic magic users of Azeroth who learn their craft through intense research and study. They make up for their light armor And potent array with an potent array of offensive and defensive spells. Okay, let's just do, I don't know. Or he's gonna say you can't choose that name because Exile's Reach or Sunstrider Isle. I don't know what this is even. Let's actually not even do it. Mature, yeah, see, not because it's a reference to arson, like an arsonist, which even that wasn't the intention of it. This is like one of my old school RP names, but they're doing it because it has the word arson in it, which I didn't even intend. It's like when I did Dereliction, just because those are two RP names that I combined, like one from Star Wars, like, oh, Darth, instead of Darth Affliction, it's Darth Liction, like Darth Vader instead of Darth Invader. But, and then Terra is just like, you know, a female name that I would use. So if you say them together, it's like Dereliction, Terraliction, but I wasn't even thinking about it like that. Yeah, I won't even mind this. You can be our son, but not our son. Name is taken. You don't mind somebody who sets things on fire and commits a crime, but you do mind this. Like, what kind of standard is that? What other name could I have? I mean, obviously that's going to be taken. I don't even mind a random one, but it has to be like something not super long. Although it'll still be within the dialect of what would make sense for a Blood Elf. Which none of these are to my liking. Thendorth. That's actually not bad. Or what if it recommends a name to you that is sort of already taken too? They must have a way to determine that.
The past few years have seen unprecedented changes within the eternal land of Quel'Thalas.
This is like updated too.
Following the will of their crazed leader, Kael'thas Sunstrider.
Or no, this is still old.
Chaotic magics to transform their sacred Sunwell into a gateway of unspeakable evil. While Kael'thas and his demonic masters were eventually defeated, a different kind of transformation occurred within the Sunwell itself, as a dying Naru sacrificed its life essence to reignite the Sunwell into a fount of holy energy. Now, the Blood Elf Regent Lorthamar Theron sees a new hope on the horizon for his people. Over time, the Sunwell's light could cure the Blood Elves of their cursed state. But many still cling to the arcane powers they've procured, and are hesitant to relinquish them. As one of the remaining Blood Elves, you must fight to protect Quel'Thalas, and help redeem the soul of your ancient people.
I wonder when they actually added that, because I don't think that was there in Wrath, although it would have still worked in Wrath, because you already would have beaten the Sunwell and stuff. Or maybe I just never made one to potentially see that. I mean, you still start off with Frostbolt. That's kind of nostalgic in itself. I don't like how raised this is. It's so weird how they don't have different categories for WoW on Twitch or OBS or whatever. Like, oh, if you stream WoW, it's just WoW. So that could be retail, it could be classic, it could be classic Wrath. You have 3 different games with very different purposes and audiences and so many different things. It is weird that they would choose to do it like this. Yeah, what if the best way to play this is actually, you know, like the way I'm doing? Like, who cares about the current content? There's so much good stuff all along the way. So I'm doing this maybe, I guess, to make a character that is going to make everything challenging, because you're going to be weak. Like, I should try to solo 5-man dungeons along the way and stuff like that too. So how long would it take to level like this? It probably still would take a while. Like, what if we don't even do any quests? Or I could play it kind of like the same way as... It just makes so much of this stuff less meaningful, because, you know, it's just so much content on top of content, but... You got to get to a low 5 level increment. Like, what is the first dungeon you could try to do? And what level would you have to be to potentially be able to do it? Because, of course, with the squish, it's like, oh, you could be level 5 and you're already doing Dead Mines or Shadowfang Keep or something. So many things are actually more similar than I guess I thought they were. Legacy reached level 110 prior to Shadowlands expansion, but the only reason I would have done that is that they gave me a character for free, which I don't remember even doing. Yeah, this would show you when I did that exploration stuff. Level 50, like all these things I didn't necessarily do, because this isn't even like my old account, so it's not like it's giving me credit for stuff like that. Or like, let's try to fight higher level stuff to make, so like this should be a permadeath character, so I'm gonna push my luck and see how far I can get. You're already, you know, wearing heirloom gear. All these, like, why would you even need that when it's so easy anyway? Can't really remember if I ever played as the Blood Elves very much. I mean, I would always like make a character just to kind of see what it is, but level 1 still, or it's going to scale in such a way that's very contrived. Or, like, I'm only going to fight stuff exactly at my level, which is kind of no fun at all either. So as much as I say, oh, a game doesn't have to be hard to be good, even as a hard mode gamer, what a weird thing to say, there has to be some sense of whatever, like a potential failure state or something to make it interesting. Even if we say like, oh, we can't die on this guy or we have to delete him, then even if it seems easy, one little fuck up could cost us the whole run. Let's go to some higher level area and just push my luck if this feels too easy. Some of the textures here are maybe a little bit dated. I mean, it's interesting. They'll update one thing like, oh, I almost just lost it there. They've updated some things in such great detail and other things they just completely neglected. So it's kind of hard to say how they decided it. I don't even know what the other area was or why you would start there. Is that something to do with the Blood Elves, or is that just some general area for some other expansion that they just let anybody start at? Either based on your faction or just overall. There were a surprising number of people even trying to level, though. Always got that sexy spin jump, and of course the Night Elves have that one where they do like a flip in the air. Yeah, this is the way you should do it. Like, fight stuff 5 levels above you, but then the problem with that is mitigation and stuff sort of enters into it. If you had like a more hands-on combat system, you wouldn't even need a leveling system. Like, I want to see that. There probably is some MMO that does that. Like, it's more like, you know, every attack is a skill shot or like some kind of a weapon clanging sort of thing, almost like Dark Souls a little bit. So it wouldn't matter as much about what level you are. It would just be sort of, you know, the combat comes down to more innate timing and reaction times and skills and stuff, instead of just, you know, fixed damage values and mitigation and stuff. So let's see if they're gonna scale up a little bit. I mean, they must. So they'll be maybe the lowest level they can possibly be for the area, but they still won't be level 1. I didn't know, yeah, somebody will get offended by this too somehow. Level 1, come on, give me something a little higher. And then I always talk trash and then get punished, so now I'm going to fight something way too strong, and then maybe it is going to do that. That is such a contrived thing. Like, I appreciate that they're trying to scale up or down with you, but only to an extent they should do it. Silver Moon Guard, even they're level 1 too. Now they're taking it too far. Apprentice's Staff. Is this really how they look too all along? They might have. I wouldn't even say that's one of those things where they're trying to make everything look so badass. It is impressive how many different designs of items and stuff they come up with over all these goddamn expansions. They start to become maybe a little bit ridiculous over time, though. It'll be like a staff made of skulls that has a bigger skull on top with a flaming thing in the middle and like all these kind of other... It'll be like twice the size of your character's body. Just like they have to get more and more ridiculous and impressive. What's ironic with that, though, is it's kind of a funny interest. Like, some of the items in the older expansions might look badass, but because of their lack of graphical quality, right, they'll look better now. Like, newer designs will look better, not because of the aesthetic quality of them, even if, you know, that could be the same or it could be just as good, but just because of the graphical quality improving. So you can always just tell. Like, I was wearing some of that BC gear on my Paladin, and, you know, it looks cool, but it just looks worse than some of the newer stuff just because of the models, more than anything. So, I mean, this is not how the game would normally work, where everything would be so low level. Sometimes they change too much stuff, you know? But generally, the way they present it, actually, at the low level isn't so bad. Like, I don't know, the UI, I like what they did with the map, actually. This looks very different and very clean. This is completely different than how it ever looked. Oh yeah, of course, level 1s till the end. So let me get this straight. I could go through the entire game and I would only ever see level 1s. I could be in Stranglethorn Vale, I could be anywhere. That's the impression almost that I'm getting from it. for once, I'm actually going against my sort of contrarian instinct of like, oh, I won't play a mage because I always play a mage and everything. So now it's going to create the opposite stereotype. Now I never play a mage just because I was trying to counteract the fact that I always play one. So weird dichotomy that exists there. Don't let them reach the gates. This is kind of a good way to show the whole experience, though. Is like, there's so much that you can still give value to something, right, just by not getting rid of it. So at least they have the wit to like not remove some of the stuff. Although I guess why would they even? But like, oh, it's taking up too much server space and resources. We got to just get rid of everything that isn't just the max level stuff. This was one city that I didn't try to raid and do shit with. Yeah, I think I might have killed like every single city leader in vanilla. That was one of my favorite things to do, was lead some of those. Which one was like the hardest? I think Undercity was the hardest for some reason. Orgrimmar was pretty hard. Oh yeah, I did the sexy little thing where you have like a ton of mages where you can like jump off. So you can go in Thunderbluff, try to kill it as quickly as you can, and then why are these things all like level 2 and stuff? Of course, you can get a lot of experience just by stuff like that. I think they increased that a lot too. How
I need to target something first.
I guess your abilities aren't too crazily different here, but they start to just completely uproot everything over time. Time warp. Oh, don't give me PTSD from Hearthstone. What a bullshit contrived mechanic that is. I don't like how they're doing this, but some of it is just going to be level 1 to 2 pet level. I don't know what that means, pet level. Pet level 3 to 6, 12 to 15. Wait, how does it go from that to that? David Cost. What the fuck is David Cost? Diza Plaguehorn. I don't know what that means. Oh, like the Battle Pets little Pokemon knockoff. Yeah, imagine if you got introduced to like Plants vs. Zombies from the quest in Wrath that they did. And imagine if you get introduced to Pokemon by playing Battle Pets in this game. This is the kind of stuff that you play like WoW and only WoW. It's your one game that you play and you're so obsessed with it that you miss out on all these other things. Like, imagine that, says the guy who... I almost feel like I did get introduced. Like, I knew what Plants vs. Zombies was, but maybe that was the final straw that made me finally want to play it. Like, where I see that quest in WoW. It's like in Hillsbrad or somewhere near it, where you do like some kind of mini game that rips off of it. Imagine if they actually got a lawsuit or something from that. So it says level 1 to 2, but so far I think I've only seen level 1s. I mean, you can just kind of ignore this stuff. I'm trying to get to a point where like we find a way to make the core experience somehow difficult or high stakes, which now I'm going to overestimate it. That is the problem sometimes with how these games are designed. Like, it either goes from it's way too easy or it's just impossible. There's no good middle ground. You have to kind of make it yourself. So I'll spend more time and effort just trying to come up with the perfect balance of like, oh, I got to be naked or I have to be wearing such and such gear. That puts me just on the threshold. But as you level up, it's going to keep changing what it's exactly going to require to do that. Now, if I go in the Ghostlands, I'll just get one shot by something. Level 15. Cars level 10. Wait, really? Since when is that a thing? Just so that you can't make like a character to bot and farm stuff? That actually probably is the reason why, which is kind of sad. Like, even for chat, they would sometimes say that. In order to chat, you have to be level 10 or something. You can't just spam ads for some dumb site as soon as you make a character, as if they wouldn't be dedicated enough to get to level 10 just to do it anyway. But then it just wastes so much of their time. They'll get banned, then they'll have to do it again. Automatically inflicting 6 nature damage. Why should it be nature damage? I totally don't feel under threat, so let's see what's gonna happen. It is interesting how committed... See, they take it too far. I appreciate their desire to scale stuff up or down, but it doesn't have to be this exact, like, oh, they're gonna... Now, you used to be able to do this...
I don't have a target.
You can do it facing away, can't you? I should know that as a mage. I feel like you totally could do that. That was one of those spells that just kind of bypassed the need to be facing them. I don't know why I was expecting some of your core abilities to just be so different. Actually, most of the stuff is not that different. Arcane Blast, which of course they added in Wrath. Some of that stuff sort of informs the Hearthstone expansions. Like, oh, they're giving us all these arcane spells for Hunter and Mage because of, you know, the overlap with Wrath of, what was it called? Whatever, the second Lich King expansion. Which is kind of what they did in WoW too, right? Like Shadowlands was trying to sort of be inspired by that. You got to really exploit the Lich King as much as possible. Anytime there's something good, companies have to beat it like a dead horse, right? Like, oh, Star Wars, now let's make like 50 TV show series about it, and fans will defend them blindly despite millions of retcons or whatever the fuck the case may be. And that's the sad part. Like, people who care about it the most, not that I'm even a fan of it, but people who would care about it most, like with WoW lore and stuff, will be, you know, the first to point stuff like that out, and then it'll be like, oh, nobody really cares. So the people who really care and are like really engaged in the lore and stuff the most, then they just get shat on because it's like, oh yeah, pandas are totally an intrinsic part of the lore, and there's this whole big continent that was conveniently there that nobody knew about. The mist covered it up, of course. Level 1. I don't really understand how this works. In a way, this kind of ruins it because you need stuff to be a little bit higher level. And no leader, the same level as the non-leaders. Some of these animations are quite cool though. Very explosive. But I don't really understand. Oh, so this doesn't require level 10? But that does? That's weird. It's surprisingly not as fast as I would think, especially at these low levels, because the whole point is just to speed run through. Nobody's actually going to take their time leveling. So you could go through the whole map and you would never find a level 2 enemy. So I go from actually liking the scaling idea a little bit to really dreading it because it's so stupid. It'll never let you fight something that's actually doesn't even make sense. I thought the only reason stuff was scaling up to level 30 and 30 only is because that's maybe the highest they could scale. But here they can be like as high as level 15 or something. But it just doesn't matter. What a weird way to do it. Ghostlands. Yeah, level 10 to 30. Is it really though? Because you can just do whatever you want. And again, we'll just run into like a level 10 all at once and just get one shot, or like an elite. This is such a weird way to do it. And if they were going to do it like this, then why not scale everything up all the way too? I could be level 40 and these would become level 40s too, just to allow you to level anywhere that you want at any time. If you want to go from 1 to 60 here and here alone, you can do it. Or in Elwyn Forest, or, you know, just mix and match zones as much as you want. When you have this much content in the world, why wouldn't you do that, right? It just gives people more options. If you don't want to do it, then fine, just do the current leveling zones too. But I guess in a manner of speaking, you can do that, I guess, through gathering and stuff, but it wouldn't really be very, very clean. So you already have Shadow Form, level 18. Yeah, this is what I mean. For them, they're level 18s, but for me, they're level 1, which sometimes I don't get, because if I was to damage it there, because one thing if they take aggro off it, but oh, here we go. Maybe an elite will give us the challenge that I'm looking for. Oh, don't kill steal it though. I want to see this guy. Oh, fuck you. I wonder how challenging it would have been. Oh, here we go. There's another one. They're just that easy to come across. Even this is a joke, dude. Level 1 elite. I wish everything was an elite though. At least this gives you a little something to worry about. And then these clowns help you even though I don't want them to. The level 1 in just basic banal gear is able to do this with ease. Even though they're helping, it didn't matter, because clearly I would have been fine even if they hadn't. That's maybe the first challenging encounter. Man, they don't have to be this asinine about the scaling. We go through up to 2 zones, so we should be fighting level 20s by now. But we won't even be fighting levels 2. In fact, we're not even scaling up in the sense that we level to level 2, but we're still only seeing level 1s. Like, why is that? It's not even scaling properly. What are these things again? It is a dungeon. DA was, that was kind of a cool way to bring you back to the mainland during BC. Did they do something like that in Wrath? Like, most of it was in Northrend. I can't really remember. Is this going to even take me to the next zone? It should. I don't know why I'm even so committed to trying to do this. Oh wait, now it let me do it without facing them. What is that about? I was right, even though it just tried to prove me wrong before. Deathholm, what a creative name. The children of Deathholm fought with more death. Powerrick and Morrowind. I'm surprised they didn't make a Hearthstone card of them. Or they will eventually, I'm sure, but they always try to make it so that the expansions aren't exactly about what... like, they don't want to have too many cards that just relate to the subject matter, so they'll do all kinds of weird, zany stuff around it, too. Level 1. So stupid, man. How do you even get out of here? Eastern Play. Oh, you might actually have to fly or something because Zulaman. Yeah, can we go in ZA and then we'll finally find something that's actually level appropriate? It's gonna end up dying on purpose because I don't want to endure this. You gotta make it so like every encounter is like a near-death experience, even though I'm kind of making it like this. But you know, I'm aggroing like 3 things at once and not even trying to fight them. Then some clown's gonna help you or save you, like we just saw with the elite. When have you ever seen a level 1 elite before? Oh yeah, I forgot these are actually gonna be aggressive. Am I actually gonna die to this? I might. It's not like I'm gonna have any dinky healing. As much as I'm talking trash, it's still the recap. It's still the quantity of them that really does it. So there is no real clean way to bypass the scaling, which is kind of stupid. Like, why aren't we even at least seeing level 2s? I'm about to hit level 3 and we're still only finding level 1s. We have to do like some kind of quest specifically in each zone to get the game to acknowledge it. Yeah, it even says on the zones like, oh, you have to, you know, they tell you the level zone, but they really don't. So we did the Ruby Sanctum on the one chick, the warrior. Now let's do like some kind of parkour challenge on her, and then let's do some. I did something in Outland like that, like on the mushrooms in Zangar Marsh or something. There's got to be some good obstacle courses for it, and it's got to be something so high stakes that it'll get you killed if you fuck it up. Like, we could dance between these, but that's not really too great. Or even, like, the stuff in it's got to be kind of at, like, an arc where everything isn't the same height, because you keep losing altitude with each one, right? Do some parkour here, and then we'll do some more exploring on the Paladin. This is why doing this day, where I play, like, a random thing that I don't normally play is so good, because now I could turn this into a whole series where I do this for a while, actually. That's the biggest detriment to the leveling experience, though, is just your inability to... Oh, this must actually be a PvP server. Wait, but this is all the same server, so why does it matter? It wasn't showing it like that before. Got to be like a couple of obstacle courses made just for this functionality alone. Very cool form of mobility, which somebody was like showing off in the speed run. They would sort of speed run dungeons and do all kinds of crazy stuff. Not really much to do with it here. It is kind of weird that the mounts are shared. Like, I kind of like it, but it's also kind of diminishes maybe the epicness of getting something, especially when it's current. Maybe they should only let you do that for super old stuff from past expansions. Yeah, then it diminishes. Like, you're on some random level 40 character and you have some mount that you got from a mythic current raid. Terragard Keep, we're kind of retracing our steps in Classic. So like, how different is this? This HUD is still there. The ship, they still never clean these ships up. I was even joking about that. Like, how many expansions do you think it would take to actually do this? Or I guess they could explain it like they keep attacking this place over and over again forever. The old Echo Isles experience. Terragard Keep, it's still called that too. There's not even any enemies here. I'm trying to think what would be a good place to parkour out off of. Just like even in the main area. You would think they would even do that with certain things in mind. Like they would create a zone or an area just specifically for that. I feel like the only logical place is probably going to be somewhere in Outland. So stupid actually how we end up right back where we start. I spend my off days not playing Classic while also doing fucking Duratar. This looks a little bit different. They made like a farm here. Probably a lot of different quests and stuff. So in that sense, it at least makes this experience better too. If you were to, or at least different, it would be worth it maybe to level through to see all the changes. I can't remember what the place I saw was like in Feralis. Because Outland has all like those floating little rocks in the Twisting Nether and stuff where you can just jump on those. It's totally going to be like some obstacle course meta that people do where, you know, you have like tournaments that way. Or even, I always like the idea of racing with the flying mounts and stuff. You'd have to go through like certain obstacles or go through certain rings. Like you have to cross through every single, I don't know. If you're just going from point A to point B, then it wouldn't be that big of a challenge, but now I'm actually going to get stuck in here. Unironically, I found a glitch. You basically have the luxury of slow fall stuff all the time anyway.
I need a target.
I don't like how fixed the scaling is, right? Like it's too on the nose. It should be like general, like okay, it's within like a 5-level range. It'll kind of vary between that. Yeah, what was the goblin thing that I like so much? There was like some little hot springs type thing with goblins and shit. Somewhere around there. It must have been Feralis. That might actually be the one. We'll do that. Maybe I'll try to go to Outland here and do something, and then I'll continue my exploration with the Paladin. This was surprisingly fun, though. Experience gained from killing monsters completing quests increased by 10%, but I don't even have an experience bar just because I probably turned that off. You have an unopened item in your collection. They turned this into too much of a good thing here. Yeah, the ultimate insult where, you know, you're paying a sub fee and there's microtransactions. It's supposed to be one or the other. Like every other game adds stuff like that once they, okay, we're making the game free to play, which means we'll add a cash shop in the game. But we'll just do it anyway, and people will show for it because people are mindless sheep. What a great luxury to have. You see, this looks like a lot better than it used to be. Not so barren anymore. Although you did have a little bit of this around the Wailing Caverns anyway. The overgrowth. It's like looking at the glass half empty. You took the barrens and turned it into something lush and beautiful, vibrant. And now you're going to complain about that and say, oh, it's overgrown. Some people just can never be happy. You called it barren before, but now you call it overgrown. Like, which one do you want? Let's see. Oh, yeah, they give you all these little flavorful descriptions and stuff, too. Suggested content. Bonus event, time walking. Run a Warlords of Draenor dungeon. Oh, that kind of gives you a good idea of what level you're scaled to. So I'm like a level 90 here, or maybe a level 100. No, because it wouldn't say do a WoD dungeon if you were already a character made for something beyond that. So I guess it must be, maybe this would be more fun to kill the guards and stuff on, or maybe the guards will scale up too, which barely even makes sense. But level 30, but this isn't even like a town. It's just, or maybe it is. What is this even? It's like some kind of weird contrived battlefield thing. Fort Triumph. Level 30, level 30. Those were like level 35 though, weren't they, when I was on my Paladin? These must not be proper guards. Okay, where is the Feralis thing? Right here. This is the exact same thing I did then too. I went around looking for maybe a place to parkour and jump around, and then I went to just all kinds of different places to look at what changed for Cataclysm. So like, who needs classic Cataclysm when you can just do this? But that's the reason why I would have wanted it. A lot of people were mocking the idea, like they should just stop after Wrath, but I wouldn't mind seeing them do them all. speed run through those too. Fuck it. It is kind of the insecurity of not knowing that they'll be around for a long time. So that maybe gives people a good justification. But my whole thing is like, it's just not that important. Like, do whatever you enjoy. You don't have to feel like you're pressured into doing anything in particular. The Mulgore maybe got fucked over a little bit. The Quillbore just never die. I was surprised how many Quillbore camps there actually are in Durotar as I was like playing that for the first time. There's like 4 or 5 of them. There's like literally more Quillbore enemies than there are Orc NPCs. Although that's like a general gaming trope. Like there'll be a game like Skyrim where like, oh, there's like 100 NPCs in this area, like Whiterun and around it, and then there's like 1,000 enemies. So like they're acting too jovial for a world in which they're outnumbered by enemies by 10 to 1 at least. It doesn't like match the severity of what's happening. Is this really going to be the same thing? The little Goblin's Hot Spring Spa type area? They'll even charge you for water. The old like oligarchy trope. I forget what that's from, or from a lot of things. Even like Total Recall does that with like air. You know, the price of air went up again. That darn Cohagen. I guess graphically it doesn't look that much better either. Oh, maybe this isn't it. It'll be maybe that part. 1,000 needles. It wouldn't be that. Oh yeah, the 1,000 needles got flooded underwater. Oh, this is definitely not it. Huh. Where could it be? I know it was somewhere around here. It wouldn't be that far south, I don't think. I don't know why I thought it just looked so cool. Must be that. Of course, the whole point was to explore areas I haven't explored. Now we're going back to the one that we have done. One of the few things I remember from it. So basically, some of these areas aren't that different. Stranglethorn Vale, in fact, was shockingly similar and mostly unchanged. There was that one little chasm to just let you know. Jademere Lake. Where the fuck was it then? This isn't it at all. Maybe it's that? Maybe it wasn't that big a body of water, so I'm looking for something too conspicuous. It's either that or it's this. Huh. Let's actually go looking for it. We would have to find some really cool place for the parkour aspect though. Or like if we fall, we fail the challenge. We only got like 1 shot, even if you're not falling to your death. It's kind of a unique mechanic that has nothing to do with like using an ability. It's just straight up, you know, affecting how a base mechanic like a jump works. It's interesting how they chose to release the classes in Hearthstone. Like they skipped over Monk. They start with Demon Hunter, then they go back and do Death Knight, and then they Feralis, really? Like I haven't been in there the whole time. And then they're gonna do probably something else before they ever even do Monk. Was that really the only other class that they have is Evoker? Or they must have added something else in the meantime. They'll do like a whole 2 expansions and, you know, they're not going to add a class every expansion, or they'll only add races or certain things. Let's see. And the way they've done specs is kind of weird. Like, oh yeah, they removed talent trees and they tried to justify that. And then they brought them back and then they removed them again. Or like they kind of squished them too. And of course, people just go along with whatever. People accept the reality with which they're presented and defend it like mindless fanboy type shit. That is one of my pet peeves, like just how much people will, you know, go along. One of the great examples is like the ability to pause it. Like, oh, Dark Souls is hard because you can't pause it. So if you complain about that and say they should add that feature in some of the older games, then just get good. And then Sekiro comes out and it's like, oh, that game's super hard, but you're allowed to pause it. Oh, well, being able to pause it doesn't mean that it's not hard. Ha ha ha. Is it this, maybe? This couldn't be it. Yeah, clear separation of biomes. They still haven't figured that part out in all these years. It can be excused for older games, but I have no idea where it is. The only other guess I would have is maybe this, which it doesn't feel like that would be it. Or it could just be a smaller body of water that I wouldn't notice. Why is the music getting so intense? Or the trading post. I always loved the Tauren areas on like a high bluff type thing because you could always jump off as a mage and almost nobody else could. Right, so you could attack it, kill the fight master, and then jump down and use your soul fall right before you hit the ground. Or what's funny is even if you couldn't do that, like, oh whoops, I ran out of light feathers. When you were about to hit the ground, you could blink just then and it would save you from the fall. So like you're about to hit the ground from a fall, and then you blink like right here, and it'll take you there, and it'll mitigate the damage too. That was kind of a cool thing. Or like if you're a warrior, this was of course a lot harder to do. You're a warrior, you're falling down and you charge into something right before you hit the ground. Or I guess once you get heroic leap, it makes it much easier. But before that, that would have been the case. Yeah, everything scales in a very specific way. So level 30 for a lot of this. Winter Rageling. Well, this has got to be it, even though I feel like it's not. I'm pretty sure it was Feralis. Where else could it be? It wasn't here. Huh. I don't even know why it's that big of a deal to find it. I thought these things were elites. Maybe at one point they were. They have a level 1 elite abomination touring around in, whatever, the second Blood Elf zone. The way that the guy would do, like, in Duskwood. Oh, yeah, here it is, right? The steam pole. So where's the goblin? This was just kind of a cool contrary thing that definitely didn't exist before. I'm pretty positive. Or like, how would you even have gotten up here if it did exist before? It just looks so unique and, you know, out of place almost.
How you doing, man?
Resort guest. Hey, have we met before? We might have, but I was a different character then probably. I think I was on the Paladin one. So it's the same account and everything for when I did the exploring. Because I wouldn't have any other higher level characters. Lucky Bucket. It just seems like it's in its own universe. You know, the world could turn, the Legion could almost destroy Azeroth, Sargeras could stick his fucking sword in Silithus, and they're still just chilling here all these years later. They're like me, like nothing bothers me, or I don't feel pressured to join in with everybody else. We're just kind of in our own world. And it's so peaceful too, because like, oh, no players are ever going to come here because there's no reason to. Although that's like speaking of 90% of the world probably. Have you seen the outrageous prices here? Draenei, like, how do you people get in and out of here? You probably have some kind of air travel flight master to take you, but this place is awesome. Too bad we didn't get to parkour. Like, it doesn't have quite an answer for that. We need like a handmade, hand-tailored obstacle course.
Yo.
Resort staff. And yeah, you're so separated from the wildlife that it's actually kind of believable too. Like, although these are level 30s, but they're kind of doing it deliberately, probably just to kill them and cook them and feed them a very price choice reward, of which they charge exorbitant amounts for. Not use on the ground. Or there'll be some like deep dark secret behind here, like, oh, you don't get to see the machinations of, they're telling like a whole story of corporate greed. Some of this slime gets caught in your food, but you'll never know it. Like crickets get caught in your chips because they only have to disclose 70% of the material. So the other 30% can be a mixed number of other things. One of which the approved items it could be is like actual insects. So as much as people are making fun of like, oh, you will eat bugs and like it, but you've already been eating bugs for your whole life, believe it or not. And they're arguably not even that bad for you, but like in small quantities, or some parts of the world actually do that, and it's not, you know, considered normal. Let's see. They're all going to have different things to say. Outrageous prices. Greetings. Wonderful day, isn't it? So literally, this place hasn't changed at all. It's pretty amazing. Could you go and get me a drink? I do it myself, and I'm working on my tan. Greetings, wonderful day. Could you go and get me a drink? I do it myself, and I'm working on my tan. Wait, wasn't that like a male voice?
What can I do for
No.
Hello.
This is where the Horde and Alliance get together and hold hands. Look, it's a neutral, passive zone. Like, they might be sitting in their own little sections, but this is all it takes to bring about world peace. It's a nice little resort run by goblins. They were always the brokers of peace from the very beginning. See, nothing motivates equality and sort of that more than greed, right? We want to trade with each other. Like, if we're China and the United States, we rely on each other for our economies, buying and selling all kinds of shit. So we're not going to fight. We're not going to go to war for greed reasons, not for altruistic or like, you know, oh, we're such peace-loving people and we don't care and we're not selfish and this and that. No, of course not. But we want to exploit each other through commerce and not through armed conflict. Oh yeah, speaking of Sargeras and the sword, you're that close to it, but you just don't care. You're living your escapist. That's actually one of the coolest places probably in the whole game for that reason. You're right next to it. You can see it from there. Of course, it wasn't there when I last checked, but nice new scenery we got over here, huh? And nobody's ever been able to do shit about this, I guess. Oh, this is something I've never seen up close. I knew it was there. I guess I've seen a lot of cutscenes from the game or just kind of heard things through some kind of second hand. It doesn't really look all that. I mean, it's big relatively, but it's supposed to destroy the whole planet just with a hole like that. Like, what does it take to destroy the planet Earth with an asteroid? It has to be like an asteroid go 60 miles wide. That's all it would take. Somehow, just because of the speed with which it would impact or something like that. So when did this happen? This happened like in Legion? Because it would have had to. And you somehow sealed Sargeras away so you don't even fight him directly. Because he's just too big and too badass for that, obviously. It kind of makes Kill Jaden and Archimon look kind of small by comparison. They were all supposed to be like kind of... No, I mean, I guess, you know, Sargeras is a Titan, but still. They're all in league with each other, so it wouldn't make sense. Like you're communicating with them, but you can barely fit in the same goddamn room. Got to be some cool flavor to find here. I mean, the thing itself is kind of cool, but it just sits there for multiple expansions. I love the contrast of that, how close that escapist resort is from here. There are just so many things that I haven't seen. Let's get to the very top and we can do a little jump from there since I couldn't find my beloved obstacle course. Then let's continue on that paladin. I like that little attack on Grom Gall that we did, but it's kind of like hard to always scale things to some challenging level. Right? It's always just like out of range. Either it's a little bit too easy or way too easy or basically impossible and you're getting one shot. And even if you try to balance it that way, you know, as soon as you start to level up or go to a different section, it's going to become a problem again. So let's do like the longest glide in Demon Hunter history from here, right? Because it's not going to run out, is it? Until you hit the ground. Let's see how long this actually takes. Holy shit. Do I actually want to do this? There's really no point because you're not really going to do anything with it. Well, let's set a world record. Look at how fucking long this will take. This is what you get when you deprive me of a proper obstacle course. I can't think of a good place in Kalimdor or the Eastern Kingdom that you'd really get that. Right? It's going to be some area hand-tailored for the Demon Hunters. Like, let's plan our next route for the Paladin while we do this. I mean, you can do this with anything, too, like slow fall or something. It's not like it matters. Or, like, you could just do it at the very end. You wouldn't have to glide the whole time. So I explored these two fully. Trying to see like what really the differences were. Some zones changed a lot of them were kind of very similar, or they'll just be like one little place in there, like Elwyn Forest is still exactly the same, but there's this one little dead scar place where it got burned up by Deathwing, just to let you know that, oh look, the Cataclysm is going on. Or like they would even do that in the other expansions too, like, oh, during Wrath of the Lich King there would be like a couple undead enemies here and there where there didn't used to be, just to show you, oh yeah, the Scourge are really on the move this expansion. So even if you don't care about it, it's kind of like cool references to it. Grim Batal. Now this was something cool because you could go there. There was so much like unfinished content in Classic, but it didn't seem to bother anybody because, you know, there was still so much shit to do. They had this, they had like Uldum, the gates, you know, in Tanaris. They had, you know, Hyjal kind of unmarked on the map. Like you couldn't actually look at it or go there. They had, you know, this area marked out on the map, but you couldn't actually do anything with it. So they kind of had the whole blueprint of a lot of stuff they wanted to do over time. Like, I wonder how long would this actually take to do? Let's look through some menus of stuff that I maybe haven't. I didn't really play a Demon Hunter at all. I think I maybe just did the starting quest just to kind of see what it would be like. I don't understand really what they did with this double spec stuff. Like, You have to commit to 2, and then you can't use any abilities from here. Even though that wasn't true on the Paladin that we just saw, like, we couldn't use holy spells, but I was still using Flash of Light. So they kind of give you some exception. Because, yeah, otherwise I wouldn't have any healing at all. I love that sort of back and forth, too, that people would sort of reinforce, right? Like, oh, talent trees weren't that good. That's why they got rid of them. It was a good decision. And then they bring them back, and people were probably like, oh, yeah, of course, talent trees were great. Why did they ever remove them? They just react and reinforce whatever anybody's going to do. Even contradictory things. Let's see how far we actually get from... This is going to take way too long. But even this will be a pretty long journey down. Now, we can always just do that again, so... You should, like, only be able to do it once per jump, so you have to commit to it at the right time. But then again, how often are you going to do it from a place like this? There's so many cool parkour things you could potentially do with this, but in most places it wouldn't really be relevant. New PvP talent slot. As if I'm going to do any PvP. We'll land in this lake here, so we did find that place. Not that it was too hard. I knew it was in Feralis. It just has, like, kind of a different vibe to it. I like it. There was probably some other goblin NPC who would tell you more about it. Like the guy who runs it or owns it. What even is this? Oh, this is just the ocean. And we're already in fatigue. Like, I'm not even that far off the coast. They just really don't want you to go here. We jumped literally from the middle of Silithus to all the way out here. Why did he choose there of all places, too? It's not like it's the center of the planet or something. There's probably some good specific lore explanation, like, oh, he's trying to kill one of the old gods' remains, or to the best of his knowledge, Cthulhu is still there, so he was going for that. Right? He probably didn't just do that arbitrarily at random. So yeah, I didn't like the whole leveling thing of how they force you to fight like only level 1s, or I don't know how you can really influence that, because we even went to the Ghostlands and stuff, so it wouldn't have... I guess I did a lot of these just to save certain names that I would use in the past, like certain RP names or whatever. Let's do okay, let's do this again. So we're in the Blasted Lands. Like, I wanted to do this exploration part, but I wanted to make somehow combat along the way have some sort of incentive or have some difficulty to it. I think what they did is they scaled too much of it to abilities, or like just your base character. So I could make myself naked, or I'm wearing like little level 70 shitty, you know, BC gear that has no relevance to anything. Although I guess for these kind of enemies it might still. But no, even without using an ability, even naked using unarmed, I'm still one-shotting these, so you just won't be able to make it relevant. Let's just do it more as a sightseeing thing. What haven't we explored here? So nothing here is really that different. Or speaking of going to Outland to try to do a little twisting nether jumping thing, we could do it here, but we're kind of role-playing as a demon hunter then. So we have a level 35, a level 40, and a 45. Probably just showing that I would come back for, you know, I would buy an expansion and just dick around and do this briefly. That's the only amount that I played, and in the process they would just give me like a... They would give me a boosted character, I guess, just for the fuck of it. Which they would still do even now, right? They'll give you a level 60. And let you level from 60 to 70 for Dragonflight. That is kind of a weirdly specific thing to squish it to, though. Like, they're really making it seem like, oh, you're resetting the game. Like, oh, yeah, I just got to level 60. Oh, what, in your hardcore classic run? No, in retail WoW. It'll kind of be confusing, actually, in a way, but... Nobody really gives a shit about Classic, I guess, anymore. Or it's kind of been revitalized a little bit by the simple fact that, you know, the hardcore add-on gimmick is inspiring people to do that. The fucking battle pet thing everywhere on the map. I was wondering, what the fuck are these green things? Gauze, Banefury, Everasa. Is that like all the people you can ever fight with it? That's it? Doesn't seem like enough, but it should be something you have to go out of your way to look for. They're just kind of showing that, like, that those are the two core mechanics in the game. You get to see a capital city like Orgrimmar, and you get to see Zunta, the fucking random Pokemon pet battle, or Dagra the Fierce. Like, is it really that important that you have to... You don't even get to see towns. Like, oh, you know, Astronar or something doesn't show up on the map. The flight paths don't show up. Every other mechanic in the game doesn't, but the battle pets do, because we know that's the most important thing of all. Wait, I must have missed what I was looking for. We'll get our Explorer achievement again. Yeah, like sometimes you gotta just learn that sort of temperance in life, like just to let something go. Like I could have still played it all those years, but then I would have missed out on so many other games. Or I guess I just could have not played it as much. Right, but like as soon as I quit after Wrath, we could say like, oh, I played Skyrim and I played GTA 4 for the first time, and I played, not that that was even new, you know, that had come out years before. But all these games I missed. I played Symphony of the Night for the first time, one of my favorite games ever now, but obviously I didn't play it when it came out. Or what else? Like pretty much everything. Even Fallout 3 I don't think I had played. We're talking like 2010, 2011. I'm going back and playing all these games I missed. And even like... what the hell are you trying to do? So whatever's here, you can't really discover it very easily. The mines? Like, give me something. Netherguard mines. What is with this part of the map? Just like bugged out. Or we'll go to that guy with the speech bubble. But yeah, there's so many things that you would have missed. Dark Souls, I got around to. You know, just so many games. So even if WoW is that great of a game, even over every expansion being perfect and whatnot, it's still, you know, you need a little bit of moderation. Like, you can play some of the best games of all time, but it doesn't mean you have to play them for 10 years. Although, says me, like I'll drag out Dark Souls into a experience that really does last that long. But this part of the map is legitimately bugged, and it's just not giving me credit for it. Even this sort of thing I would do anyway, just to... In fact, that was the whole premise of what I was doing in the first place. I'm not exploring to do the Explorer achievement, I'm just exploring to see actually what's different. Not that I remember every little thing, but... Wait, why am I doing so little to these? Oh, these are actually level appropriate. That's kind of random. I was even complaining that they weren't. Oh yeah, I gotta remember to spam my 3. That's my one way to keep myself alive, which basically makes me invincible unless something is really gonna one-shot me. You can just kind of spam the shit out of it, and it's almost full healing you. But that's how I would get through some of these raids that I was soloing and stuff. I think part of my impetus for enjoying this is just also we get to do Ashes of Alar, which not that it's such a big deal now, but I keep trying to use Lay on Hands and that together. Using Lay on Hands on regular non-elite enemies, and not even in a raid or anything. So I asked for my challenging experience along the way, and they give it to me. Why wasn't I able to do that for so long? I have to be careful not to use like any other abilities besides these 3 though, otherwise they wouldn't give me the holy power that I need for it. Or I just kind of keep aggroing more. But this is at least adequately challenging for some purpose, although it's still like you're fighting way too many enemies at once. Doesn't this make it feel like more like a Diablo experience? You know, where you're fighting such a quantity of enemies, and this isn't how you used to play WoW. You try to do this in Classic and you get your fucking cheeks clapped, even if you're not handicapping your gear and stuff so much. They are getting me pretty low though sometimes. Better experience than Diablo Immortal or Diablo 4. I love how I didn't even hear about that at all. Not that I'm like a Diablo fan, even though it's literally my channel art. It's just like, you know, I do it more so ironically, because everybody always called me a Diablo hater. Like, first of all, I never played it despite being such a fan of Blizzard games, and then second of all, when I do play them, I always say like, oh, I hate the perspective, and it's so immersion breaking, and it's like quantity over quality with combat, and all these different criticisms I have of them. But yet, I still have never completed a successful permadeath run of any of them. Although I really only do them as first playthrough permadeath attempts. I totally would have done it with Diablo Immortal if I didn't AFK out and die to that. Because, of course, it has to be an always online experience. Or even like with Diablo 4 is still ongoing. So like once it actually comes out officially, I'll finish it. I just beat like a couple bosses early on. Oh, God. That's kind of random, though, that now we get actual properly scaled level 35s. Like, if you're gonna scale, you may as well do it all the way. Then why make them level 30? I guess it's just because I'm at such a specific level. Look at how hard these are to kill, too. I guess it's because I have such shitty BC random gear on. You would think, oh, it's just a transmog because you're kind of role-playing as a BC player. Like, with Ashes of Alar and all this kind of other stuff. BC baby roleplay. And Paladins were actually sick in BC. They kind of made up for the fact that they were so shitty in vanilla. Not like bad in PvP or as healers, but they weren't viable really as DPS or as tanks. And then they became like the best tanks in BC, I'm pretty sure. And of course, you can't complain as a Horde player either because you got them on Blood Elves. That was actually kind of a cool decision what they did. Like they let you play. Oh, this is the same thing I just did on the the Demon Hunter. I fell through there. They let you play as the opposite race of each, the opposite class that you missed out on in vanilla. So Draenei Shamans and fucking Blood Elves, Blood Elf Paladins. Now Draenei were kind of a retcon in themselves because there were supposed to be no good Eridar. There were just the demonic Eridar, and so that was kind of a weird thing. And then they have to do an extra insult to injury with like the fucking pandas. Like, oh, you know what race we were gonna do if we didn't do the Draenei? It was the goddamn pandas. But at least there it would have felt more organic because this feels like I'm soloing a dungeon, but these aren't even elites or anything. Why would a level 35 honestly be this hard to kill? Even though I'm saying like, oh, your power is so innate, I guess gear does matter to an extent here. Like, look how much defensive resistance they have. Like, I was doing like 10,000 to some other shit earlier. The way that you scale down to like 9 and stuff. That is a real damage squish right there. Runs away in fear. Yeah, that would have made you feel really cucked as a tank in vanilla. Like, oh, if you're a Horde player, you have to be a warrior, and that's it. Not that paladins were very good or that druids were very good at tanking, but at least you theoretically had the option, especially while leveling or even doing 5-mans, you could theoretically do it. But that's the kind of challenge you should try to take on. I like how people say, oh, it's so easy, but then, okay, try to have a druid tank max 40. Like, they'll subvert what would make it difficult by doing it the easiest, most meta-optimal way. My whole thing would be, yeah, let's try to do a 40-man raid with like all the suboptimal classes. Like, let's do a Ret Paladin DPS, and let's do a Arcane Mage, and let's do, you know, Druid tank, and all whatever's considered the worst. Who would be considered like the worst healer? Paladins were very good single target. Priests were good. I think most healing classes were viable in some way. Shamans could be good. Druids could be good. I don't know that there was really an odd one out. Maybe druids were sometimes considered the worst, but they had battle res, obviously, to carry them. What is with this part of the map? Why can't I discover it? We discovered the mine. We discovered it might actually be bugged out. They're trying to cuck my explorer thing. Not that I'm going to do like every zone right now, but that was at least a cool, interesting combat encounter. You ask and you receive. But I think most areas won't be like that. Who is this? Zidomi. What? Oh, fuck. War does not simply visit these lands. It lives here. The violence thrives in past, present, and future. Show me... Oh, it even... But this isn't Cataclysm. This will be like Legion-based or... Wait, what?
Well met.
Take me back to the Well, it doesn't look that different to me, so I'll be the judge of that. Yeah, I'm seeing what it looks like in my brain. I don't need you to fucking do that for me. Did they let you do that for like every single zone? Or maybe that's the only way to discover this part of the area. We got the hold, we got the mine. This is a real mystery. What could it be that would fill up that other part of the map? It couldn't be this because that's already on there. The Forge Grounds. This must be it, surely. Nothing? What a weird thing. Oh, here we go. More level 35s at least. Feels like I'm already in Outland. I mean, that's obviously the whole basis of what this is supposed to be like anyway. On the border of it. And we're totally doing BCRP. I like how well they set up everything in Warcraft 3 too. Like, you know, they set up Illidan, Vosh, killed Jaden. Killed Thas. They obviously showed Archimonde killed Jaden. Not that Archimonde was really too relevant because that was just Caverns of Time kind of bullshit, but they set up, obviously, Kel'Thuzad being left behind when Arthas goes to take on Illidan. He says, I'll trust you with, like, what I've conquered here. And then they even set up the, you know, obviously, him being in Northrend and all this kind of stuff. It seems so, you know, like a foregone conclusion now, but they literally set up 3 expansions with 1 game, just with Warcraft 3 alone. Never mind the other 2, which obviously have a lot to do with other, you know, like Karazhan and Heron Gorfin and stuff. I've still never even beaten the first 2. I was almost kind of saving them for some special occasion, but I've probably gotten spoiled on most of the lore that's revealed in those. What is really the point in doing this, though? Of course, you'd probably have to go through the whole mine to count as having discovered it. The forge ground should count. I like how they just give you that mount as an ability during combat. Like, what if I don't even have that mount in my collection? But I guess it's just the paladin spell mount anyway. Or like, I remember how difficult those were to get. Like, it would cost you like 1,000 plus gold just to, like, yeah, I'm a warlock, I get a free mount, but free comes with quite a bit of a cost because, oh, this place has just been fucked over. It's not even a proper town anymore. This is so weird. Hard mode exploration. You can't look it up or do anything. Or you can at least look up in the achievements, but I wonder what it could possibly be that it would be wanting you to discover. We discovered 3 different areas in there. The forge ground, the mine, and the other thing. Let's maybe go up here more. Netherguard mines. Or sometimes you have to go a little further into it for it to count, but like it won't say discovered right away. It's got to be something here. This is where I just was. Or no, it's actually a different part of it. This leads to Swamp of Sorrows. And see, this is one of those bad clear separation of biomes. It's grassy there, and then 1 inch later is... This is one of those antiquated things from the earlier expansions, but I wonder how if they do that better in the newer zones. Probably still not. What the fuck? Okay, I'll at least cheat and use this, but still, we have to figure it out more organically. Relics of a Fallen Empire. Where is it? Blasted Lands. Red Maul Hold. Netherguard Supply Camps. And they're apparently like here, but I don't see it. Netherguard. What did it say? Oh no, Dread Maul Hold. Or maybe it's not here. Maybe it's just supposed to look like that and it's somewhere else that we're supposed to actually explore. Supply camps, which you would think would be around here anyway. Or maybe the act of flying kind of spoils you and makes you skip over it. Imagine doing this if you were on a land mount. But then again, a lot of it you couldn't do because so many of these places like the spa area were kind of in such a specific spot. I don't like how you can make Horde and Alliance players on the same server. Isn't that kind of weird? Like, what would even be the point of that? Or it'll even let you mail stuff between them now. Like, just make everything... Oh, maybe it's here. But this has nothing to do with that. Tattered Beachhead. These ships will be locked in combat for another 5 expansions before they come to some resolution. Like, even those Duratar ones, we just saw that literally the other day. The Duratar fucking boats on the outskirts of Terragard Keep were still there. At least a few of them. Swamp of Sorrows, the Forbidding Sea. I like how people said originally, like, oh, some of the level 50 to 60 zones weren't enough to get you to level 60 organically. You would have to grind for several levels, but I never really had that experience. Like, there are enough quests easily to do it, especially if you do every dungeon at least once. I guess they would just stay in the same zones maybe a little too much or something. I don't know. So basically, it's impossible to explore the Blasted Lands. I'm going through that area over and over. I don't get it. Netherguard Keep supply area should be like right outside of it. Or like they just don't expect you to do it while on a flying mount. But this was the whole fun aspect of it. Like the fact that they let you use flying mounts finally in the original areas. That is a very awesome thing. You don't really need to do it, but it kind of makes you appreciate how big the areas are too. Like, it still takes forever to get from one end of the world to the other. So imagine doing that on foot or even on like a regular mount. Okay, let's go inch by inch here. We've been through Netherguard Keep. Even with the names of them, I still can't figure it out. Unless it's like in some weird place here. But that space that's empty is very conspicuous. It wouldn't make sense for it to be there. Or yeah, there's that guy who was like petrified in stone looking up at the sky. That's always a very cool spot. I don't even know what the exact explanation for it is, but he was just petrified in fear when he saw the demon invasion coming. Nothing up there. This is the hold. It doesn't make sense that this would have to do with Netherguard. What a weird puzzle. Maybe I'll skip it for now. This at least encourages you and forces you to explore. So the other one is Dreadmauled Hold, which could be like... That's like an ogre thing, though. It's totally not going to have anything to do with this. Like, this spot is maybe meant to be empty, I guess. Dreadmaul Post. It just looks so ugly. Like, why... It's definitely not these holes. I mean, it's even telling you what it is. Whatever, I'll keep going. We did have some interesting... Or it might just be something you have to go through once. Like, go through the mine and you'll come out the other side. Or it might literally have to do with this, which I even joked about. Like, oh yeah, you totally have to do it here. Oh, that's so stupid. Ah, yes, just go back in time to do it. Oh, that's dumb. That's stupid. I guess it wasn't my fault. Like, how... So that means you'd have to do that, like, in every zone, then? Or, like, every zone that at least lets you do it. At least they put her, like, right next to where those places would be, assuming those are the only ones you'd have to go back in time to do. Okay, Swamp of Sorrows. Totally not just me being a moron, like in Northern Stranglethorn, where I couldn't find the... whatever it was called. The place that starts with a B. Like, what was it? Why can't I target the northern one? Julia Stevens. Like, these guys keep cocking my thing. Wait. Stranglethorn Vale. Where'd it go? It's showing it like one zone. Oh, here we go. You have to go in like a subzone. Yeah, it was this Bambala. I kept going through ZG, but I kept missing that. Hidden in plain sight. So some of these we would have already explored. So how would I even know that? I guess let's just go by the map aspect. Like, clearly we haven't explored that. Most of them are pretty easy to do, but says me. Balance. See, now that one I didn't expect to discover. Some of them are very subtle. Like, what appeared on the map as a result of that? Nothing. It was already filled in. Yeah, what's really different with Swamp of Sorrows? It looks exactly the same. Deathwing just didn't care about this one. Or like how he would randomly kill you. Imagine how funny that would be. You're doing a permadeath run and Bog Paddle. You're doing a permadeath run and you're just in a random leveling zone. Like, let me try to get to max level without dying once. And he just fucking burns the whole zone. But I guess you would have to account for that. It's not like you would be guaranteed to die, but depending on where you were, it could kind of happen randomly. Yeah, this looks relatively the same, especially even looking at the map. Stoneart is there. Hakar is there. Marstide Watch. Was that the... There was no Alliance town here, though, at all. Huh. What is this? This is always new. These guys aren't hostile. Or no, wait. I keep thinking I'm a Horde character now. Yeah, let's attack Stoneart and see what it's like. That's how harsh some of these contested zones could be. Not only could you not really level there as both factions, but there wouldn't even be a town or anything. Or maybe there was like a little camp, but it wasn't as conspicuous as that. So let's see what level these guys are going to be. Probably level 30 at least. Which the people at Grom Gol were actually mildly hard to kill. At least in numbers. So like, we should have some goal here. Like, let's try to kill every NPC. My real goal would be like, okay, let's try to kill the Flightmaster and troll people. Not that there are that many people here to troll, but I'm obviously not able to do that because they're the highest level that you're going to come across. Why do these ones feel so much easier? I mean, they still have a decent amount of health, or at least my damage just isn't up to par. You want to feel like you're reaching an end goal and not just killing these people at random. But you can't do that. What, he even has a pet? What is that? Oh no, that's a player's pet. I thought the Flightmaster had a pet in addition to his wyverns. Nothing takes up holy power except... like none of the abilities I'm using except the heal. That is such a busted thing. Just like do whatever you're normally doing anyway and just spam heal during the middle of combat. Like imagine doing this in a duel or a PvP encounter. Of course they'd be doing maybe way more damage than to allow for that, but it would still be spammable. Or I did like a couple duel tournaments I would always like host stuff more so than try to compete in it. Like even my debate format, I would do, you know, I would mostly be the moderator for it. So I gave away like a ridiculous amount of gold. I forget exactly what would have been relevant at the time, and just sort of did that manually. The kind of thing you could do very easily if you were a bigger streamer these days too, by that standard. And do I get like a dishonorable kill that I wouldn't even give a shit about if I did? See, at least this I'm doing with a sense of honor though. Like these are actually somewhat hard to kill. Like I'm not a max level character doing it. I like how confused everybody was in Grom Gall. Like who is this random level 90 or whatever I'd scale down to, struggling to kill these random guards for no reason that nobody cares about. And at least that's one security that you have. A high level character won't come, not because I'm such a low level, but because nobody cares about these zones in the first place. Your F3 does a lot. This is a Hammer of Wrath. I've never really played a Paladin either. One of the most boring classes in the history of gaming in vanilla. Like, even though I still don't even completely hate it, it's just you have to be objectively true. That's even an Alliance only pretty much player saying that. You have one ability, Hammer of Wrath, Seal, that's it. Like at least with other classes you might say the same thing, like almost as boring as my Frost rotation as a DPS mage, but at least you have other options in theory. It's just like there you wouldn't be able to do anything else even if you wanted to. Like sure, I might just spam Frostbolt even while leveling or the same 2 or 3 abilities, but oh yeah, your net mount knocks them back. Just kill every NPC in town, I guess. I don't know what else there really is. Lay on Hands only has like what, a 10-minute cooldown now? So you could literally use it in a duel very regularly. So these aren't too bad. I mean, your heal is so good that it just kind of tears through them. You could destroy a horde town and nobody would even care. That's how you know the game is dead, or the spirit of the game is dead. But then again, there's so many towns, you can't really blame people for that. Like, some high level is totally going to come and kill me, or at least if it was the old days, you know, level 60s and stuff would come. I can't believe I have to use Lay on Hand on that, but why'd they suddenly start doing so much damage? Doing fine at the beginning. It's like running out of mana seems like a total non-issue. You might say, oh, it's because you're fighting lower level stuff, but like, I'm using my base abilities. Like, this would be the same stuff I'd be using anyway. I don't really get it. There's not even a remote chance of me running out. The damage I'm doing is pretty shit though, so it makes these encounters at least feel a little bit competitive. This is something I could do for a very long time though. There's a lot of things I want to do. I'd want to go through every dungeon, every raid I haven't done. I could just solo a lot of them, and I would almost have wanted to do the leveling experience too, just to see on a character, but it's so fragmented. I'd have to find a way to make it challenging. Even though I did just die on like a level 2 character, but that's like the old underestimation fallacy. I'm just running around looking like, give me a level 2, give me a level 3, like something higher to actually make it remotely challenging, because everything was just scaling down to level 1, and then I died to like 5 level 1s. They heard me talking shit and wanted revenge at once, or I thought they'd be like not hostile for some reason. These guys are level 32, but they're way weaker. I mean, I guess I'm satisfied with that. I mean, I'm not gonna fuck around with the Flight Master, or maybe I should see just how strong they actually are. This could go on forever. Yeah, there you go. That's the ticket. We don't get a flying mount here though. Wait, that's weird how they decide. Didn't I get a flying mount like in Stranglethorn? Maybe because I'm so close, or maybe because there's nowhere you could die here that would require it. That was definitely one of my fetishes in the game. Palm Pyro down a Flight Master and jump off the side of what's it called in Thousand Needles? Nobody could do anything to you, and the Palm Pyro would be almost enough to do it. You know, just do a Fire Blast after that's enough to kill him. Lindsay. What's that town called? Freewind Post. I was right, and then I doubted myself. Red Ridge Mountains, we have a little PV. You could say I'm a bit of a troll with stuff like that, but, you know, I'm doing it by myself, and it's like anybody could kill me and try to stop me, or you know, it's clever use of game mechanics. You can't chase me off because you would jump down to your death too, or even if you did, by the time you do and you have like a potion that, you know, makes you fall slower or some other ability. Oh, look at how easy that one was to do. You know, it just makes it so inconvenient that by the time you catch up to me, I'm already on my mount and I'm gone. Stonewatch Falls. So this doesn't look very different either. Maybe I'm kind of disappointed. I almost was worried that they would have changed it too much. Like, oh, it's going to be different from Cataclysm, so I won't know the difference between what they changed from that, which would be new to me anyway, compared to what would be new throughout the expansions after that. Like, how many have they had after that? Cataclysm, Mists of Pandaria, then Warlords of Draenor, then Legion, then BFA, then Shadowlands, and then this, right? So it would be 6. Why do I feel like there was something after Legion but before Shadowlands? Legion, Shadowlands, BFA, or no, I mean, yeah, BFA, Shadowlands, and then look at these tree textures. These actually look pretty authentic to vanilla. So yeah, imagine people complaining about that. Oh, boo-hoo, they changed the zones too much in Cataclysm. Even this many expansions later, they look exactly the same. What the fuck did Deathwing do here? Nothing. What is this? Jade Lightning. What is a monk doing here? I guess it is still a human monk. This they must have built somewhere along the line. Let's see what kind of flavor we can pick up from this. See, that's what's kind of cool too. Like, I'm only really looking at the stuff that I haven't seen before, so it's guaranteed to be new. Right? Everything else, not saying that stuff in town wouldn't have been had a makeover done and different quests and different NPCs and stuff too, but Franks and beans. I need your help, human. Our rations have run out and the guards are getting hungry. They're clamoring for my would-be famous, my world famous Franks and beans, but I have no ingredients on hand. Would you be a darling and help me out? 10 gold for that random shit. I have like 100k gold on that one chick too. So they're kind of giving you a pay-to-win incentive too. Like if you keep buying boosted characters, or maybe you could only buy so many, that would have given you 100k maybe for each, because it's not like I earned that myself. Assuming that would have been relevant at the time, whatever level that would have been. I guess the Demon Hunter must have been level 100, or... yeah, because level 100 is where Legion would start, right? You'd be level 90 at the end of Mist of Pandaria. You'd be level 100 at the end of WoD. You'd be 110 at the end of Legion. You'd be 120 at BFA, and now you'd be 130 at... no. You'd be 130 in Shadowlands, and you'd be 140 now. So maybe they just cut it in half. I don't know why I'm so confused about it. You'd be 140 now, so level 70 is half of that. So what would level 30 be by that logic? 30 would be 60. 40 would be 80. It's confusing because of the 5 level discrepancies. Like, oh, this expansion was only 5 levels, so it's like a weird fraction. Like, oh, it equates to 2.5 levels, of course. They make it so convoluted. It's the exact sort of things they would argue against before. Like, oh, you think you want to squish, but you don't. You like to see all these arbitrary million numbers. It's like you're returning the classic without needing to return the classic. It feels like it. I'm only level 35, and I'm only doing like 100 damage per hit. Right, the values are kind of shrunk down even more than that, maybe. Goldshire is always a classic place. That shows you it's a dead game, or at least a dead server. There'd always be people here just for RP stuff or whatever the fuck. Moonguard kind of vibe. I mean, I was always a role player in a manner of speaking, but not like that. Although I guess that's kind of stereotyping it. That's like saying all anime is like hentai. Like, just because some of it is like that doesn't mean it's all that. Some like conservative talk show host got flamed for that. Like, oh, Matt Walsh says all anime is demonic and this and that. It's like the majority of all things are garbage. Like, you could look at movies and say, oh yeah, look at all these superhero movies, they're all this trash. Right, 90% of all things are garbage. There's only a small number that are good, and even a smaller number that are great. Or it's like the bias you face with respect to newness, right? Like, oh, old movies were so much better than modern movies, except you only remember the old movies that were classics and really good, right? So even Stormwind isn't that different, or at least I've seen this version of it. It feels somehow more open, but that's just because you're looking at it from above. Like, okay, people will say, oh, you know, old school movies were better from the 1900s. compared to modern movies in the last 10 years. But that's a fallacy on two levels, right? You only think of or know the ones or probably have seen the ones that are considered classics, right? Like, oh, you've seen The Godfather and Citizen Kane and all this kind of stuff. But you've never seen all the other ones that were trash those years that got forgotten about. Whereas you are seeing those ones now because of recency bias. Like, oh, we'll go to the theater and see some dog shit movie just because it's recent, not because it's good or celebrated for decades. And then on the other flip side of it, you also are comparing 100 years versus like 10 or 20 years, right? Like, oh, movies from the last 10 years that you've seen in your life, you've probably seen 1,000 movies from 2000 to 2010, but you've only seen 100 movies from 1900 to 2000. Or even if you had seen, or even if you had seen the same amount, right? You're comparing 100 years versus 10. So that's a very common fallacy that people do. So this was from, how did I get from level 80 to 85, but I barely remember any of the zones? Like, I did that in I played that like how people normally play the game. Like, just speed run through and fucking do it mindlessly. So that's why I almost don't even count that. I didn't really play during that. I just did it for the fuck of it because I thought I might. Right, like, I quit at the end of Wrath. Maybe right around when the Ruby Sanctum came out. And then I played, like, at some point in Cataclysm. I'm like, okay, fine, I'll give it a chance. And I did love the whole underwater thing. Like, the submerged thing. How do you look at that? Mounts. How many mounts are there even total? Would he give you like a fixed number? That can't be every mount in the game. There's literally hundreds of them. Probably a lot of them don't show up. I remember Mikado even saying that. Like, I have over 500 mounts. This doesn't look like 500. Total mounts 43. Oh, maybe it is that many. It doesn't look like it somehow when you scroll. Like, I love the whole thing with the water one. What's it called? Twilight Drake. A lot of these I probably just got from killing doing like random raids and dungeons. Achievement hunting. So how many achievement points total could you have in the game? 4. Or those aren't even points. There are more total achievements than I have total points, but it's not like this was my main original account. I probably would have had a decent amount, actually. In fact, I did that. Like, I got every achievement within reason. Like, not every raid achievement, but all the exploration ones and such and such. There must be somebody out there who has done them all, but then again, some of them might not even be possible together. Like, one will be Alliance specific. Well, then you can just make Horde and Alliance characters, but that's why they do feats of strength, because that doesn't count. So you could still have 100% of achievements, but you couldn't have, like, oh, be the first Alliance player to get to level 70 now and be the first Horde player. Like, no matter how much of a badass tryhard you are, you're not going to be able to multi-box and do both at once on the same account. Even you can't do the impossible that much. You could do it on the same server, I guess, because you're fucking... They share factions or whatever. So now Nomergon must be actually a friendly city that I've never seen before. That'd be cool to look at. After all their waiting, they are rendered redundant by the fact that they're in the same zone as another major city, and so they're not even marked on it. Shouldn't that be basically what it is? Like, yeah, I love that. That's the ultimate cuck job. Like, oh, we finally took over the Echo Isles, and we built our own city there to match Orgrimmar, but nobody cares about it because they're so close together. It defeats the purpose. Darkspear training gowns, and it's still not even that impressive. Zalazane's Fall, he held out for a very long time, though. He lasted like 3 expansions, and then even when he was supposedly dead, he came back to life. This still looks pretty toxic and shitty. They still haven't cleaned this shit up? Wait, this is it? No, you must be able to go inside. The same way that you could with Nomergon. Or don't tell me it's still a dungeon. You're telling me we waited 4 expansions for this shit? This is it? This is New Tinkertown. I thought you'd be able to go in there and it would be a full-fledged thing. What? Meeting Stone, New Tinkertown. There's no way they did that. I was imagining like, oh, it'd be a whole city in here and it'd be friendly and have a gnome boss. Oh, that is the ultimate cuck. Even though I always made fun of gnomes and trolls, they deserve better than this. It's still gonna be the same thing, like a 5-man dungeon? There's no way. No, this must be all friendly stuff. But then why would there be a meeting stone? Oh, that is really disgusting. That's really what I had in my head. We're gonna check out this major new city that they added. Fuck. I was wondering, why isn't Nomergon marked on the map like Ironforge is, or like Undercity and stuff? Wow, they even treated gnomes worse than I would have. Jesus Christ. So you still have the 5-man dungeon, and then even outside, this is New Tinkertown, which is not much of a town. Half of it is toxic, half of it is just nothing. You fought literally 4 expansions for this moment, and this is what you got. Where else do we want to explore? We've looked at a lot of the Eastern Kingdoms, at least. Stranglethorn Vale, we went through here. I would want to do all that stuff at one point, like all the dungeons that I haven't done. So I wonder what level you'd really... I mean, you'd have to get to max level still. But look at how much I could do even without buying Dragonfly. Like, I have no interest in doing the current content. Like, all this stuff is still new to me. I mean, just besides just exploring, I could do a lot of quests. I could do a lot of, raids and stuff. So I would try to make them difficult. Like, oh, I'll try to do Mist of Pandaria raids, like 5 levels only above it. So therefore, it would... I mean, you'd still be able to solo it, but it would still be maybe moderately challenging. It's so hard to kind of balance it for that, though, right? You'd have to do it in such a specific way that you'd really have to have a plan for it to make it very exact. But you could maybe do that for each expansion. I wish it was as simple as just like, oh, if you go in naked or with really bad gear on, that would make it difficult. So you could tune it that way based on how many pieces of gear you have or whatever. But like that's how you'd measure it. Like the naked run is the hardest and the trinket run is slightly easier. And then the ring run, like you just keep adding extra pieces to it to make it slightly easier. But it doesn't seem to have that kind of impact because well, I guess once your gear gets really better, but you wouldn't really be able to do that. Or like you'd be working your way backwards, I guess. Like that would work for like the current expansion and the last expansion, like going with the best in slot gear currently at level 120 or level 70, I mean, and then try to do solo BFA stuff or solo Shadowland stuff, right? And so if you're wearing your best in slot stuff, it might be doable. If you're not, if you're naked, it might make the difference of making it very hard. But I don't know. This level squish kind of confuses me too. Like, so technically I'm only level 70, even though that's not accurate, because how the fuck would I have soloed Ashes of Alar if I was only a level 70 character, right, before the squish happened? I must have been like 90. So not only did they reduce it by half, that seems to be what they're going for, because like level 60s were level 30s, if that's what they're scaling up to, but they also changed arbitrarily what level you were originally. Or I'm just that good that I soloed level 70 raid as a level 70. And I have stuff that would probably prove that too. Like what achievements would I even have? Or I guess these are probably shared between the account too. Anyway, so yeah, like what does it show? Like level 50. But what does that mean in the context of the old school thing? Piece of strength, legacy, character, level 110. But that would have been on maybe the Demon Hunter, or I don't even know who that would be on. How could I be level 10 if I never even played in any of that? Level 100 I can understand because of the Demon Hunter. It would have to be. Level 90 prior to the Shadowlands. So I have like 3 different characters from 3 different expansions. None of whom were max level even then. And all of whom were basically... boosted characters, because I haven't done anything like that would have leveled me up. Or even on some of these, I disable my ability to get experience. So in a vacuum, you can still find a way to make a lot of this stuff challenging. What happened to the lock? Basically got burned up a little bit or something. Most of the dwarf areas didn't seem to be bothered much. Dun Moreau is basically the same. Although in a bad way for the gnomes. I really am surprised by that. All these years I kept myself in the dark. Like, oh, one day I'll get to see what the sexy new Nomergon looks like. Or one day I'll get to see what the Echo Isles look like. At least that looks a little bit more impressive, maybe. But so they didn't add any new capital cities. Aside from the other zones that you obviously would get over time. Or like every expansion only gets like 1 capital city. like Shattrap City or Dalaran 2.0 or 1.0 that they somehow warped away. So Zandalar isn't the whole area of what you would get in BFA. It's like, it's kind of confusing actually looking at it like this. Like these two would probably have been for BFA. This would have been for Legion. Is this really the entirety of Legion? But then you go to Argus too somehow. Huh. I don't really know how a lot of that stuff works. But it would be fun to solo that stuff. So what would be the farthest you could possibly solo? Probably BFA? Because you obviously can't do Shadowlands. And even BFA might be kind of borderline, or it depends how much they kind of scale it. Yeah, think about how many expansions worth of stuff that would be. Basically everything besides everything from Cataclysm on I haven't seen. But we even just did Ruby Sanctum to kind of whet our appetite for that. Oh, even this is an area I haven't really seen before, Twilight Highlands. So speaking of Cataclysm stuff, and of course this is like right on the brink of Grim Batal, which is not a raid, right? It's a 5-man. You waited so many expansions for it, and this is all you get, huh? They could have done something more epic with it. You could always dick around with the dragons outside. I swear I didn't have this when I was first playing, so then it randomly just appeared on me. Maybe I wasn't doing anything that would have given me experience anyway. It's not like I went to somebody and activated it just now. Like maybe somebody can help you remove it. Well, what makes you think I want to remove it? Even if I was going to level, I wouldn't be doing it like this. I don't know. I wonder what people really think of the current leveling experience. Like if you were to go from level 1 to 70. Oh, this is pretty cool. I always liked the old gods, but then I feel like they made them too conspicuous over time. The whole strength of them was, at least these will be sort of level appropriate. At least, wait, why am I doing like nothing to him? At the beginning, it was like some kind of background story. Like, oh, you're focused on the Scourge and all these other things. And then Cthulhu's lurking in the background as like a surprise, you know, final boss caliber villain. And then, you know, Yogg was kind of had his fingerprints on a lot of stuff. But then I feel like they beat it like a dead horse maybe as you do N'Zoth and BFA and stuff. But yeah, I always like that, not only the art style of them, but sort of the mysterious nature behind them. I mean, there were like the Twilight cultists and stuff throughout a lot of low-level areas too, which has to do with it. It amazes me how far they thought ahead with some of these things. Like the most impressive thing would have been, oh, is this like a raid too? Or is this just another zone? They give me like a whole leveling zone that just looks like this. Inside the bowels of some old god. Like that's how big some of them are said to be, right? Like with Yogg, you're just seeing like his head and a couple tentacles, but the real size of the old god's bodies could constitute a whole leveling zone by themselves. Or what even is this? You can't go anywhere. But yet you can use your flying mount here. Fireborn Destroyer, but I can't fight them. Or it's letting me play act like I can. In fact, you can't fight any of this stuff. Oh, this. Blood of Isarath. What is the point of this area? I thought it would lead to a dungeon or something. Maybe somehow it does, and I just don't know. That's at least a very cool looking area. Getting stuck on the tentacles. And of course, these will never run out of energy. They'll be doing this till the end of time. 35 elite, which is basically a 70 elite, which is not even accurate to what it was at the time. It would have been an 85. So yeah, even my theory that, oh, everything is cut in half, it's technically true, because if my math is correct, you would have been getting a level 140 this expansion, right? Just if every expansion was giving you 10 levels, unless they went back to doing it by 5 for some of them. But it's still not consistent. There is no math that could really explain it. This is kind of like a clear separation of biome moment too, but I guess that kind of makes sense because, you know, if it's like just the old god stuff sticking out, they could use that line too that Arthas uses, like, you so foolishly built your structures upon well, he kind of builds up to it a little better, but you so foolishly built your structures upon my empire, which in this case would be the Black Empire, which is probably could be everywhere, is, you know, something to do with the old gods, just underneath. If you dig deep enough, you'll find them. That's what the Nerubians found out. That's what some dwarves found out in, like, Mulgore or some, I don't know, what, there's some excavation site there. Twilight Highlands. So we get to see, like, some recycled bosses. Like, can you still do Molten Core since they reused Ragnaros for, whatever, the Firelands or something? Undercity. Most of this looks pretty much the same. But, like, some of the size of some of these zones actually changed. The way they're shaped and stuff is a little bit weird. Like, that's why they show you so much of this water. Like, everything almost shrunk in size, but it actually became bigger in some kind of nonsensical way. Or, like, even it makes these look so dinky by comparison. None of this stuff was on the map before because it hadn't been discovered yet. But some of this stuff you knew was always there, right? You knew Zandalar existed. You knew there was some place that they kept talking about with the Proudmoors and Kulturas. The Broken Isles, I'm not so sure. I guess that's kind of where Gul'dan does some of his shit. So maybe that makes sense. I don't know how exactly they explain you getting to Argus. And then even this is these are the two retcon ones, basically. There's no Dragon Isles. This is just some bullshit they pulled out of their ass. There's no Pandaria. There was some mist just covering it. That's why you didn't know about it. And then Draenor, obviously, we know. Outland, we know. I don't know what the fuck the Shadowlands are even supposed to be. I haven't been this excited for a Bastion since Overwatch 2 or since Anthem, the name of the planet that you're on. It feels like there's so few leveling zones, actually. You can't even look at them all. Like, what is that? It's just there, but that's like the Cataclysm, the Maelstrom 2.0. It'll just be there for 3 expansions, and then they'll finally do something with it. I like how spread out the zones for Cataclysm are, too. Like, there's Vashj'ir here, there's the Maelstrom, there's some other... I don't know if Tol Barad was from that. No, I think... Wasn't this from BFA? It's not like I would even know. I never knew in the first place, but maybe I just somehow heard about it. Oh, we're going to end up getting into Fatigue Zone now. This is at least level appropriate anyway for this character, because this couldn't be that much higher of a level. I feel like this guy was 90. Maybe the Demon Hunter was 100. And then apparently the Warrior is like 110. But I don't remember... That would have had to been like BFA that I played it in. And I don't know when they even did the squish. So I think BFA you could get to level 120. So maybe they did it in Shadowlands, or the Shadowlands you would have gotten to level 60, and then here you would have gotten to level 70. And then another 20 years down the road, they'll do it all over again. You'll be about to get to level 140 for the, you know, second time, and then they'll squish it back down. Wonder what kind of retcon bullshit expansion they'll come up with there. And I like how defensive people are of stuff like that. Like, oh no, it's not a retcon because they had like one panda unit in Warcraft 3. So that proves it. That proves that there's a continent as big as fucking the Eastern Kingdoms almost, right? That we never knew about just because there's one panda unit. Like, by that logic, the goblins deserve their own continent too. Like, they have like a dinky little zone within Kazan. But, oh my goodness, like, at least the goblins had a presence within the world that was significant. They had the Steam Weedle cartel, all the stuff going on. And even they only get dinky Kazan. But, oh no, the pandas get special treatment. Like, not even in a real world incentive sense, like, oh, they're trying to appeal to the Asian market and this and that. But just on a more basic level, they're just trying to milk the game and come up with excuses for expansions. So even if you like the thing, like, I know a lot of people who say, oh, some of the raids were good and this and that. Like, that's fair enough. But, you know, this zone looks totally untouched. This doesn't look any different, whether through other expansions or a Cataclysm, right? Nothing looks different. This was there. This was there. This looks a little bit differently positioned, maybe, but it definitely just doesn't care about some of these zones, I guess. Why are we getting fatigue like when we're on the land, dude? It looked like we were here. So, and this is cool too. You know, like all those places that you would see in vanilla, like you would be flying over Elwyn Forest and you would see 2 dragons fighting like up on a hill, right? Now you can go to places like that, and by now I mean in Cataclysm. Like where would that have been? Like up there maybe? Although it might be different. So the first time you actually get to go to the places, they'll ruin them by saying, oh, now those dragons are no longer fighting. Now it's a grassland because now it's filled with water because of what Deathwing did. But you could wait 2-3 expansions just to finally be like, oh, now I can finally see what this thing was that you would have seen only during the fight paths, but then it won't even be that cool, or it'll be completely different. Like, how would you have gotten here otherwise? I guess you could have theoretically jumped down from there if you could get up there. Like, what even is this? We can RP like this is our house and we live here. So every time we go to log out, we'll come here. And we have this little skeleton talking to us, keeping us company. Hello, I don't get many visitors out here. You'll have to excuse the mess. That's like a different character model, though, at least than I've ever seen. That looks pretty cool. Can you get that guy as like a little miniature pet or something? There are a lot of these cool areas. Like, I love that spa thing. That was probably the most notable one from my last level 30. What does that mean? That's not how normally level 30s work. So there really is nothing here. It'd be very easy to find, you know, little private zones to do RP and events type stuff. Like, people wouldn't be able to ruin them unless you're a big streamer and they're trying to snipe you or do something for that purpose. I don't know how it works in terms of the sharding and sharing like different servers together, but this is a pretty fun thing to do once in a while. It's been like, according to that, like 5 years then since I did it last, 2018. So I'm kind of lying when I'm saying, oh, I haven't played since Wrath, but is this really playing? Like, I'm not really doing anything aside from just exploring what I haven't seen. So we'll do this again another 5 expansions from now. But no, I think I'll make like a mini series out of it where the main thing I want to do is go through every dungeon that I haven't done. Because that alone tells a whole story, right? Like, I love all the boss quotes and the voice acting and stuff that they did. So, is there anything cool maybe I could do to punctuate this experience? We already did the very epic and challenging Ruby Sanctum. I think the hardcore stuff would maybe make people appreciate the whole point, though, right? Since that's finally catching on. The idea that, imagine making that some sort of hard mode out of each of these little things. Or you could go through any of the content in the game, but somehow make it scale up in a way that's challenging. It's hard to do because of all the gear and ability considerations, but I wish, in a weird way, it had more to do with your gear. Like, if I get naked, it should make it so that I'm basically useless. I'm level 1, right? So depending on how much gear or what exact gear I choose to put on, I can scale down to anything in a meaningful way. Because the level scaling doesn't help with that, because, okay, they're level 30, but what does it matter? I'm still going to one-shot them because my abilities just do too much damage, or even unarmed does too much damage to one-shot them. So there's got to be some way you can control it a little better. Because you might not think it matters, but it is like an open world game experience, right? In an open world game, you could theoretically go anywhere and have a challenging combat experience, like Oblivion or Skyrim. Everything's going to scale to you after a while, or to an extent. Like, skeevers are always going to be weaker than sabercats and so on, but at least, you know, everything's going to have a meaningful amount of health no matter how strong you get, and do a meaningful amount of damage if you're playing on legendary and so forth. So there is something to that. If you want to level from 35 to 40 here, you should be able to do it. Or if you want to level from even 1 to 10 here, you could do it. Right? That's the beauty of trying to make an MMO like an open world game. It wouldn't really hurt, but it would make all the content relevant at all times. And oh, here we go. How about an elite? That should answer some of my queries. Oh, come on. Why am I doing so much? Now, if I became naked, would that help? Not even close to the first time I've said that one. But this is kind of disturbing. Why is it dying so easily, dude? You're just way too OP. You have to find specifically level 35 stuff or whatever. Somehow I'll have to do that. I'll have to make a character at every 5 level increment and lock my experience down, which is at least awesome that they let you do that. And then you can have a challenging experience anywhere. But then again, so much of the stuff scales to level 30 specifically. So I guess all you would need is a level 30 character, or maybe even like a level 25 character. So this brings back memories of the whole Snapjaw thing, like where I went up and down this river for like 5 levels just killing them. That was like one of my first experiences grinding. For whatever reason, I just like doing that. And somehow, you know, I was just like watching videos and stuff in the background. So it was just a mindless thing. Because not only were they higher level than anything else, you know, in the area, like Hillsbrad, but also they're passive. So, you know, you don't have to worry about getting killed by them if you're not paying attention. So there is a certain mindless way that goes along with WoW so well. I would always play it as an excuse to listen to music in the background, or to watch a show, or to watch a movie or something. So I'm not really playing it, but you're kind of just farming stuff out. So it kind of was the original mobile game, like a clicker game. Just go around, click the mining nodes, you're not really paying attention. But it can fill like any purpose. You know, you can take it hardcore, you can do it permadeath, you can do it, you know, hardcore raiding, PvP, you can take it very casually, you can role play. It really was a very versatile achievement, of which probably most people don't do any of that, and they just do like one thing and one thing only, or just like speed run through it. But this guy's a skull, but yet it doesn't matter. Your life is forfeit. Oh, this is a guy from like Skull and Man's, right? Or you see him like being recycled all over the place. So he just triggered like a random event. We're not even doing a quest or anything. Enough of this. This Cult of the Damned doesn't need Enderhall. This worthless city is yours to fight over. That's just like him coping with the fact that he lost there, I guess. I had heard rumors you were here. I mean, how many times did they recycle some of the same bosses? Like, did they bring back Kael'thas again after even Magis's Terrace for something else? They probably did. Like, don't look so smug again. Don't look even smugger this time. The Magister's Terrace was merely a setback. Like, people probably joked about that, but then it probably came true. I think they did something to the bulwark to make it seem a little bit bigger or more impressive. Too bad we can't like attack towns even on our own. Although I kind of was doing that. Like Grom Gall was an easy target. The only thing I can't really kill is a Flightmaster. I would get to max level and get good gear just so I could do something like that. Just troll people and kill Flightmasters. Hellstone Field. So this place got a little more vibrant, but that has probably less to do with obviously Deathwing and just more to do with, you know, the fact that the land is healing, and probably they could have had like some cool druid event to do that. Like no other class besides them could come in and heal the wounds caused by the undead or something. They would have like some special privilege. The bulwark, and then Sylvanas kind of weaponizes the plague and uses it as she wishes, right? She became like a bit of a supervillain. So who is even the leader in the Undercity now then of the undead? It couldn't be Sylvanas because she went all rogue and she became like the next Kael'thas, where she was doing everything for her people, but she took it too far. But she always had like that potential, you know, that's a very believable thing, but I think they maybe took it too far. Like, you knew that she was always doing things for her own interest, right? She works for the, I don't know, she kills all the Dreadlords and fucks them over, and she never had like any true loyalty to anybody once she became an undead, at least. Like, even this stuff I could potentially kill, but then some high level person's gonna kill me. Can we kill like the quest NPCs that they're trying to use? That's always a little bit satisfying. Even if it's a dishonorable kill, it's not like I really care. So this poor guy was trying to do a quest, but we ruined his day. It's exactly the psychological satisfaction that you should be looking for from a multiplayer game. Level 30 Death Guard. Now this is a little bit odd. These should be higher because, you know, you're going towards Undercity, so it should be like a current level thing, right? Everything always scales up in that respect. I don't know, I kind of want to do something very special to end off, though. I don't know what could be really meaningful. Let's try to kill fucking Sylvanas' thing. At least if we're like a rogue or something, maybe we could sneak in there, but not at this level. Like, just to kind of see what's even there. You could kind of do that, right? Like if you're level 140, I keep saying that, a level 70 rogue, you could just go through and dick around and kill like random NPCs in town, and then vanish and then do it again. At least that's something you could have done in previous expansion. Maybe there's some way they can prevent that. Or like all 40 rogues, you could have like a raid of 40 rogues and just all fucking ambush one person at one time. As if that'd be enough to kill like the city leader, which it obviously wouldn't. Or like 40, oh yeah, here we go. And so they don't give a shit about the area outside, but as soon as you get here, they do. So now you spawn at the Scarlet Monastery without a griffin. Why does it sometimes give you griffins even in these areas? Like in STV, every time I would die, they would give me one to fly back to my corpse outside Grom Gall. But here they don't think it's necessary because, I don't know. Maybe there's certain areas in STV that are super high up that you can get to, but not here. Oh yeah, there's some other area here too that you could never get to, like behind Death Knell. So they did a good job, like, kind of filling in all the unfinished areas that they sort of alluded to in vanilla. They had it on the map, or there was some kind of weird thing that you couldn't get to, or they showed it off in the fight paths. They kind of toyed with the idea pretty well, right? Like, we'll make a whole expansion just with our unfinished content ideas from back then alone. We don't even have to come up with anything new. Just do Grim Batal, do Uldum, do Hyjal, all this kind of shit. Which still constitutes a relevant amount of content. It just feels maybe a little bit insulting to some people. And then they follow that up with a brilliant Mists of Pandaria, the biggest ass pull in gaming history. That was one thing that people fought with me for years about on my old channel. Like, they would never give it up that that's a good idea, or it's a retcon, or it's just trying to appeal for the Asian market, or whatever you want to explain it with. It's not organic to the lore in any way. Right, you want to add pandas as a race, fine. You can do that. You can add ogres. You can add a lot of different things. But, you know, even then in the pecking order, like, what would people have rather seen? Or what had more relevance in the world? Something where you had one unit in Warcraft 3 or several, like, oh, Blood Elves, or, well, I mean, you know what I mean? Like the High Elves, or like Lady Vosh and the Naga. They all had like their own storylines and a whole campaign built around them. But no, you'd rather see this. Like, ogres have a bigger presence in the world. You'd rather become a gnoll. You'd rather become a, you know, any other enemy type than to become a panda, of all things. That's the only presence they had, as far as I'm aware. Maybe they had some in Warcraft 1 and 2 somehow alluded to, but there's one like mercenary unit, neutral unit in Warcraft 3. At least that part is consistent, the fact that they're neutral, but by that logic, goblins should be neutral, and, you know, other stuff, but which they kind of are in a sense. Like, wherever the money goes, they'll go. But that was the whole storytelling irony of the goblins. One of the coolest aspects actually of vanilla. They're shown as these greedy mercantile people, but they're the only ones who treat the Horde and Alliance kind of the same, and like broker peace in their towns. So the only sanctuary cities are like Gadget Zan, where they'll attack either faction if you create hostility. So the only peacemaking entity in the world is so cynical, and, you know, they're only doing it because of money, not because they're really a peaceful, amazing, you know, objective people, that they want peace and they're so, you know, in touch with that. They're doing it for kind of the wrong reasons, but that's the kind of the real world interpretation. Okay, how the fuck do I get out of here then? It was letting me kind of, oh, you gotta, I died in the perfect spot on the elevator. It'll let me res from here, but only if I wait for it to come up. Or that like reminds me of the gun control discussion we had one time, like one of the debates that we had. It was like, what do you call it? Anything worth protecting is protected by guns. So people were saying objecting to guns in schools, right? This was many, many years ago, very topical now because of how big of a deal people are making about trying to do assault weapons. But like anything worth protecting, like a president, is protected by guns, or even banks and money, right? They take it in an armored car, protected by guns, but you wouldn't do the same treatment for your kids, right? So it's just a consistency issue, right? Anything you consider worth value, you would do that, but yet you won't do it there, right? So that seems kind of inconsistent, and like, oh, they don't really care about your kids because they'll have bodyguards with guns behind them when they're telling you that you don't need bodyguards for yourself, or guns for yourself, or for your kids, or whatever. It's always good as an option. Like, you don't have to mandate it so every school has to have that, but you can at least do it like where they have the option to, and it's encouraged, or you have like one bodyguard, or you have one, you know, security guard. Even if you do it like a mall cop kind of thing, just so you know they're there, so it is what it is, but just as a deterrent. Even these are level 30. I really don't understand how they did this. Like, just everything in the game is level 30, except for, I don't know, in the old school areas. Because some of these aren't even consistent. So the Twilight Highlands is level 35, and everything else is level 30. But this would make you think it's like level 60, quote unquote, from like vanilla. Is this guy gonna be an elite? But the elites aren't even that strong for some reason. Like a level 35 is harder to kill than a 30 elite, which is not really how it should be. If you look at that in the old school context, what would be harder to kill? An elite 5 levels below you, or an enemy at your level? Obviously it would be the elite. In fact, it would be harder to kill an enemy 5 levels above you, period, because of all the mitigation and bullshit, than it would be to kill something probably an elite 5 or 6 levels below you. That'd be easier because you'd be mitigating them and stuff. This looks very different, actually, or at least some of the structures there. Fenris Isle was always pretty cool. I always like these places that felt sort of just separate from the zone. Like in Dustwallow Marsh, there's something like that, right? Where Varian is being held prisoner or something at some stupid point. Where even is that? Oh yeah, Alcaz Island. I don't know when you rescue him there or when that stuff happens, but... Or like you do it maybe earlier and then he doesn't get his memory back for a while. So what did Deathwing do to here, though? Probably not much, I guess. This has more to do with the Worgen. Oh yeah, see, even this is one of those unfinished elements from vanilla. I forgot about that. The Gray Man Wall was totally there. Like, how did they have so many loose ends tied up? On one hand, it's brilliant that, like, oh, they thought this far ahead, that they had everything, you know, worked out. But on the other hand, it's like the game was so unfinished that they had like a million ideas that they never had time to finish on. So it's both a positive and a negative. But when you look at the quality, obviously, of the first couple expansions, you can't really say that, oh, they're unfinished. They had way more than enough shit to do. In fact, even vanilla more so than any other, because they introduced not a new, like one new profession or one new thing. They introduced everything all at once. So, you know, all the professions that you still have to this day got their impetus there, even if they were imbalanced and there were flaws with them. You know, you got 3 talent trees for every class. Now, yes, they have issues with them. I don't think I've seen the Worgen areas either. I think I made one like very briefly, but then I didn't do anything with it. SFK. This is actually very fitting how they... So Aragorn is like way bigger in lore than you might think. He's single-handedly responsible for all of this shit, isn't he? Or at least largely, like he's the one who concocted whatever the reason why people become Worgens and created his whole army of them and stuff. I like that. A random level 25, you know, elite boss turns into this whole big thing that constitutes the creation of a whole race. Greymane Wall. The Blackwalled. What level are these? Let me guess. They're going to be level 32. Either the level 1 or level 30. There's nothing in between, in my experience, because either I'm playing on this guy or I played on the level 1 mage that I was just trying to see how that worked, and I still can't figure it out. And I don't like to look stuff up, so that adds a sense of mystery to it. I don't know how that time walk element works. Like, it shows you how the zone used to be, but even for the purpose of exploring, I guess I would have to explore this in more detail to really appreciate it, but it looks cool at least. So of course these were just humans originally, but then they became Worgen. So I forget exactly how or why. Like obviously something to do with Aragorn, or what happened was like they were trapped in here because, you know, they became Worgen and the world wanted to kind of keep them out and seal them off and quarantine basically, and then something happens where they can control themselves, or we need their help, so we let them free or something. So it was kind of a very cruel treatment. So you would almost think that they would want to join, wait. They're an alliance race, right? Or what are they? I don't even know that much. You would think they would want to join the Horde because the alliance would have mistreated them here and like, you kept us locked behind a wall for this long or something. Maybe I'm wrong about some details about that, but... In fact, a lot of this is not even stuff that I knew in the first place, because the only Worgen stuff you see is SFK in the whole, you know, first couple expansions. I don't remember anything in BC or Wrath to really do with that, because that's so far removed from here. Yeah, this was just a peaceful human area, and then it got fucked over. Kind of like it's hard to imagine that, like, for, you know, the Undercity. You don't think of Terrisfall Glades as a human area, but that's originally what it was. This whole section of the map between the Plaguelands and even the undead area, Silverpine Forest. Like, where was the... I forget, where was the big city? Like, aside from the Undercity, there was another, like, big city in one of these zones that was for humans that kind of fell to ruin. I forget. It wasn't Skullomance. You can see it in like one of the Warcraft 3 maps, like, oh, this is where, you know, a capital city was. So obviously Undercity was where Tyrannus's kingdom was, but there's another one I'm forgetting about. Or even like Stormguard Keep, I guess Stormguard Keep was maybe that's why they named it Stormwind, because this was such a big deal. This wasn't just some dinky thing with a bunch of what are they called? Not Defias. The enemies of the rogue class. I can't remember. The Syndicate. But yeah, I think of Darker Than Black. That's what sort of he works for. It's called the Syndicate. But no, basically this would have been like a major capital city. And that actually has nothing to do with the Scourge that it got taken over, but yeah, basically a lot of those zones got fucked over by Arthas, and then Sylvanas kind of just yoinks them right back. I mean, how many races have their origin story as just a human? Worgens are technically humans, and undead are technically humans. And there was some kind of big contradiction with, you know, what if a Tauren becomes an undead? Right, so technically there shouldn't have been undead as a race. There could have been undead of any race, right? It could have been an ancillary thing. So you can either be an orc or an undead orc, or you could be a Tauren or an undead Tauren, right? It's just extrapolating that there's only undead humans and they all look the same way, which isn't really how it would work either, right? If the Scourge broke free, there'd be undead versions of every single race eventually. I mean, mostly what Arthas killed at that point was humans in this area, but it would be kind of a weird thing, but it'd be a cool option if you could have every race as an undead version of itself, of which there evidently are, because I guess that's what Death Knights basically allow you to do, but it's still not the same thing. Or like that's the extrapolation of when you when you make somebody an undead. If you did that to Jaina, this is what Hearthstone kind of does a fanfic thing with. Like, if you revive Jaina, she wouldn't become a Death Knight, she would become a Lich. Or if you revive a Shaman, they would become like a Death Seer. Like, they would still keep their identity as a role. So not everybody would just be a Death Knight. So there's two layers to that. Every race could potentially be undead, and every class would have their own Death Knight version of itself that wouldn't just be one class that is only known as a Death Knight, right? So a Death Knight would be like a Paladin that fell to the dark, or a warrior in some gameplay style. But that's basically, we only think of it as like, oh, Arthas is a Death Knight, so therefore that's the only kind of undead fighter there could be. But technically every class has a role. So I think Hearthstone actually does a better job at displaying that than even this game. But obviously that would be too much work for them. Like, even in vanilla, we can't make an undead model for every single character. And then it would destroy the whole point of what the race is. Or it would let you play as every race, and you would just happen to, you know, be leveling in Turstful Glade. So you would see a layer to that. So these are elites, or this is different. These were like some dwarven elites or whatever that you could go through. I don't think I ever remember really doing that, though. Well, I mean, I mainly didn't play as Horde. I think I just went like in a big circle. Because I'm afraid to maybe go to the undead areas, even though I kind of just did. I should probably look at the Cataclysm areas too, but then I'll end up just pretty much, I may as well just level from, you know, it's like if you're a BC or you're a Wrath baby and you start playing as a Death Knight, it would give you a good excuse to look at the BC areas that you had never seen before. That was actually super fun to do too. Going through Hellfire Peninsula and Outland as a Death Knight, because you could just roll everybody else over. If they weren't a Death Knight, you could like 4v1, 5v1 and do all this kind of broken bullshit. I wasn't doing it to gank people, I was just doing it to level a Death Knight just to try it, but that was completely ridiculous. It makes you feel like you're ganking them, but you're not. You're the same level as they are, so it's not my fault that they made the class so bullshit. And see, even this, like, people question, why is it still called Menethil Harbor? Because Arthas went to evil, but it's not named after him, it's named after his father. There's so many little flavorful things in the world that still hold up pretty well. So I guess a lot of the zones aren't as different as you think. In fact, some of them are just window dressing. So even though I like the idea of what they did with it, like, it's a good way to retouch and sort of touch up all the zones everywhere in the world that you had seen for 3 full expansions. They kind of could have used an update. They kind of just like, oh, the zone is exactly the same, except there's one little chasm here, so that's how you know Deathwing's around. Like, it's a little bit of a gimmick. But still, I like the ones that feel very transformative, but even those maybe feel too contrived. Like Desolus becomes a forest, or one of the forests becomes like Desolus. I forget what one that is. Or like Fellwood probably looks better now. Where is it? No, that looks pretty much the same. I thought that would have improved. It still got all that shit. It's like Nomergon. It still has all the fucking leper gnomes and toxic acid and stuff. Like, the gnomes can have that as a meme. Oh, this is kind of underwater. Oh, I don't remember this. I thought I did look through some of these zones at least. So, this is it? Like, it'll just be like this forever, huh? They can't figure out how to drain this shit? Because think about it. These poor Menethil Harbor civilians who are living here, it's been like this for, yeah, about as bad as George Bush trying to deal with Hurricane Katrina. Am I right? Colorized. That's actually a pretty fucking topical one. Yeah, this is George Bush's Katrina response. You wait 5 fucking expansion and it's still like this. Because it would have been like this since Cataclysm. For me, it doesn't, you know, feel like it has much relevance because it's like my first time seeing it, but how long does it take to deal with simple problems? Like, oh my goodness, there's some boats outside Duratar. We're going to clean it up, they said. And then 20 years later, it's still there. Yeah, the gnomes could say that. Like, the Alliance will help us take back Nomergon, they said. Everything will be fine, they said. And now they're just fucking sitting there waiting. I don't know what the meme template exactly is, but my friend always uses it like in YouTube comments. Like, Alexandra Botes won't destroy chests, they said. Everything will be fine, they said. And then he just shows a picture of Hikaru. And like how he's doing some kind of meme shit or whatever. One of the best players ever is just reduced to reading LOL W and Keck W and talking about random dumb shit that has nothing to do with chess in the prime of his career. And like, he would have beaten Ding Liren and he'd be challenging Jan for the World Championship if he didn't start streaming. That's like an objective fact, or at least it would have given him the best chance to do it. But no, he has to farm money on Twitch, which is, you know, his right, but it's always sad to see that. Like, can't you just wait till you retire to do it? You know, when you're 40 years old and your career is over, fine, now do it. It's like if LeBron wants to stream on Twitch of himself playing basketball. Like, that's cool, but, you know, at least finish your professional career before you do it. So like Magnus pretty much seems like he's given up, so he would totally. Now this always had like raptors and stuff, so that's actually kind of cool. Like, even as much as the zones don't seem to have changed that much peripherally, although this water wasn't there. Yeah, now it's really the wetlands. It used to be the drylands. There was hardly any water except for the Murloc shit. But no, it's like even changing all the enemy types and the quests and stuff, I'm sure that took a lot of work to do. Or I wouldn't know the difference between whether they changed that then or whether they changed it later on. Like, they'll ingratiate some kind of thing. Like, oh, the new expansion minions are attacking us here. Rather than just something that happened because of the floods and stuff. Like, see, this one you could guess. Fight the flood. But even after all this time, it's still there. Like... I find that so hilarious that Menethil Harbor is still underwater like that. George Bush doesn't care about Menethil people, as Kanye West would say. I think that was Kanye, right? And then Mike Myers is just standing there, like, looking confused. That wasn't part of the script. This dude is still level 30. There's so many of these fucking people got fucked over. Like the gnomes, I feel actually bad for. All those years I made fun of them, but I never thought it would come to this. Maybe I'm missing something about it. You don't get to see it until you buy the newest expansion, even though it has nothing to do with that. I even feel like I saw an image of it. Like, we get to see the new completed... It even calls it a new Tinkertown. So I thought, wow, we get to see what it looks like. It'll be, you know, like a bootleg Ironforge at least or something. I don't get it. Or maybe you get some equivalent of that in some other area. Like, what are all the capital cities here? There'll only be one, I think. That's kind of a cop-out in a way. Like, is this a capital city? I assume. There'll be, like, one. Dalaran for Wrath and such and such. Not that I'm expecting they should do one for, like, each faction or anything like that, but they could have, like, some towns that are big enough to constitute that anyway, like not just one town per zone for each faction, and they could have some other bigger hubs. Worms Bend. Oh, yeah, I keep ending up in kind of the same spots. Yeah, see, I could do this for like ever, but I would want to see some of the newer zones. In fact, this is the whole fun of it. These technically are new to me, but I mean, even from the other expansions that I haven't seen. Oh, I should check out Pandaria just because of how much I shit on the premise. But that's where you can be objective, right? I can say the premise is bad and contrived, but that doesn't mean the content or the expansion is bad. The dungeons could be good, the gear, the mechanics, the specs and everything. That could all be great. It could be the best expansion of all, but that doesn't make the premise any better. Because that's my problem. It's one thing to add the pandas as a race in any other expansion. Like, oh, during Cataclysm, they add the goblins. Like, that's cool. What else did they add? Did they add goblins and Worgen? Yeah, I just looked at that. So that's fine, but that it's not like the whole expansion is about just them. Pandaria is an entire continent that's just like, wow, we really ran out of ideas for content, even though they didn't. They're just holding back some of their best ideas and sort of milking it. That's almost what the level 5 discrepancy tells you. Like, oh, these are like little mini expansions. We're going to milk you for 2 in a row, and then we'll get back to stuff that actually matters, like the Legion and War. Even WoD was somehow fucked up. The subject matter isn't so bad, but it was somehow unfinished. Everybody just hated it. In fact, that might have been like the low point for WoW subs and whatnot. It peaked supposedly in Wrath, I think, with like 12 million, and then I don't think it ever got that high again. Although it could be that high even now because of how many people want to play Classic. Those are the people I feel the worst about. This gives me PTSD of my Priest playthrough. I almost died to some Murlocs in my 1 to 60 permadeath as a Priest, where I feared Murlocs that were about to kill me, but then they pulled a whole bunch more, and then they like netted me, and I almost died. But yeah, this area doesn't look too different. Twilight Highlands. See, somebody like Swifty peaked at the wrong time. He could have been like one of the biggest streamers, but because he did it so early with YouTube videos, those would have made him a legend. I mean, they kind of made him a legend anyway. What is this? This is a player? Oh. Very non-NPC-like behavior. And look how many flight paths they have. This is totally the modern sense of, you know, fast travel. We can't walk from here to here. You have to just make out, because it's not like these zones are that much bigger that they stretch them out or something. Some of them kind of did that, but in fact, the general gist you get from the map is they got a lot smaller because there's way more water around it, but those were 2 shocking moments at least. Let's actually go to Iron Forest since we're so close. We saw that Nomergon is a myth, and then we saw that Men of the Harbor got completely fucked over. See, isn't this like one of those places that you couldn't see except in the flight path? There would have been no other way to get here. What was the other one I wanted to see? Like the Elwyn Forest one, with that Drake still fighting till the end of time. It is a very cool cinematic thing. It kind of reminds me of Ocarina of Time, like where Navi would be sort of like, you know, you look in first person to show off all the graphics of this 3D first, you know, generation Nintendo 64 console. So like the first shot of the game is Navi going looking for Link in first person mode to show off all the environments and stuff. And so it's the same thing here. Like we get to show off this amazing world that we made in every aspect, just as you fly over it and can't even interact with it. But obviously at those points you're like a low level character just going back to Stormwind or something. I don't really know what the point of this is. Like, I might be right that you can't get here any other way, but what is it? Like, in a way you could kind of break the game too. You could go to somewhere it doesn't mean for you to go and then fuck everything over. Also clear separation of biomes moment. We could have a counter for that. This is really what the point of this episode was too. Like, just fly around, just look at the zones, look at all the places you couldn't go to before. This is my just chatting equivalent. That is the whole point, right? Like, in a vacuum, not saying in a literal sense, maybe just chatting shouldn't exist. If you're gonna do it, you can do it in this sense. Like, you're not really playing a game, but that's what Asmongold did for years. He was doing just chatting, but he mislabeled himself. He should get banned for it. He mislabeled as playing WoW because he wouldn't be playing WoW. He'd be watching YouTube videos, or he would be doing all kinds of other shit. This would be kind of cool as a flying mount, you know, clearly for gnomes. Like, what is the base? There could be like a base equivalent flying mount for each race, the same way that there was originally. Like, trolls get raptors, and Tauren get Kodo, and orcs get wolves, and what's the other one? Undead get the undead steeds, but skeletal war horses or whatever. So basically the equivalent of that for flying could be like a gnome would get something like that, and a dwarf would get I don't know. Like you could come up with one, and obviously between all the ones that have been released over time, you could extrapolate, but they weren't really introduced like that. They were all kind of just in Outland. You get griffins, and unless I don't remember it correctly, like didn't Alliance just basically get only that? Like there weren't really that many. It was basically an extrapolation off of what the Flight Masters were at that point. But who would have known they would have added this goddamn many over time? Like, oh wow, Flying Mount, that's a cool idea. And then meanwhile, you get like 600 plus of them, I think. Jesus Christ. I wasn't really much of a mount collector, but I was more of an achievement hunter type. So I mean, sometimes you would overlap and get both. But some of them were so tedious to get. In fact, at that point, how many mounts really were there still at the end of Wrath? There were a good amount, but nothing compared to what we have now. I do find that always so insulting that you could set like a speed run world record. Try to copy the flight path exactly of where it would normally take you when you go from like Ironforge to Stormwind or something and see who can do it the fastest. But no, I always find that so insulting that they added sort of like microtransactions to a game that you're already paying a sub fee for. Now you should be immune to that, or our only concern is breath, not burning to death. Why is it even giving me the breath bar? I'm not even like under it. You can't even get under it even if you want to. But no, I'm saying the Ashes of Lars should be very comfy there. I'm doing it for his benefit. This was always a cool place, the little like archaeology museum. I wonder if this would be a good way to update you on expansions. Like, this is what we found in vanilla, this is what we found in BC, and so on, but it looks pretty much the same as it always was. That's kind of lame. I would have made this like way bigger and recovered from the... I can barely read this, like the way they make the color there. Undersea ruins of Suramar. Just because the object might be old doesn't mean the text that you wrote it on describing it has to be old. It's like in some games they try to make the flavor text look handwritten. It's a note, but it's not typed out in like some papyrus font or whatever. It's actually makes it look like it's written out in hand by the character who did it. Yeah, this is the closest to a gnome city you'll get that. I was really expecting Nomergon to be bustling. Where's the leader guy? Or maybe I'm somehow missing how that works.
How can I help?
Wait, where would he be if he's not there? Maybe the Horde just did a raid and killed him. This is literally all you got through all these expansions. 10 expansions for the game. And gnomes and trolls get cucked over worse than anybody I've ever seen. Okay, let's see how much I do to like a training dummy. That would be like the boss one, right? Which these were in Wrath even, but I forgot how they worked. I guess I didn't have much interest in playing BC or Wrath Classic. But the sad part is they took down BC Classic as soon as Wrath came out. At least they kept the actual Classic around, but like, why can't it just be where every single one is playable till the end of time? And they are in an unofficial sense, which is, it is what it is, but you know, come on. You're paying a $15 sub fee. Just keep one server up for each one. Just one. How hard is that to do? Or like just rotate content. Like now once you get through, you'll do Cataclysm Classic and so forth, and then when you're done with all of them, go back to the beginning and start with Classic all over again and just keep rotating them. Like some games do that. Like I think EverQuest and stuff, they'll keep doing these servers that go through the content one step at a time, and then they end up either shutting down or just staying at a fixed point forever. These things are almost made like for, as if for the flight path to go through, like how when you enter Ironforge. But what need was there really ever for that? Like to have the opening up there. It like fits perfectly for that function. Right, like the dwarves really thought ahead that you'd be flying through here one day. Even with how high they build this up. Like that's actually ironic. Like they're dwarves, not titans, like even gnomes. They build this higher than Stormwind even goes. I mean, I guess Stormwind doesn't have the same cover at the top as this does, but they built this right in the side of a goddamn mountain because they love archaeology and stuff so much. Oh, there's like something you could do, I think. See, all these little bits and pieces I know despite not playing the game. There's like some underneath part of Ironforge you can go to now that you couldn't go to before. But I wonder how you get there. There's like some hidden, or maybe it's not in Ironforge. Some hidden chamber down below in the depths. Huh, that's a mystery. I don't know actually where it is. Muradin. Like, which of the leaders really stuck around through all the expansion? Like, Karen Blood have died. His son took over. Some of the other ones, obviously, Sylvanas went to evil. Oh, yeah, they made, like, a little alliance here.
It'd take a hand's worth of these hill dwarves to bring one from the area down.
This they only did, I guess, as a meme for the red shirt guy. Like, oh, he actually survived, blah, blah, blah. Or maybe they were planning to put somebody to represent the Wild Hammers, but wasn't him. Oh, this might be what I was talking about. All they had to do was break this wall open and they find some mystery that would be some expansion-changing thing, like Azurite. Right, they discover some mechanic here that would shape the world for years to come, but they were too lazy to look down here before. Cobwebs to let you know it's ancient. Old Ironforge. Yeah, we even get a second Ironforge, but we don't get a Gnome City. How insulting is that? This will be bigger than anything new Tinkertown would represent, and even that still has all the acid and stuff everywhere. This is pretty cool, though.
How are ya?
Advisor Belgrum.
What's on your mind?
You should have seen it. Moira comes down here talking to Stone, as she won't... Oh, God, I can't read this fucking... Trying times. I left them alone. At least I could do for a daughter and her pa. Then, shouldn't you be mad at the Dark Iron Dwarves, though, because they were fighting you for so long? I guess they got over it. Or they basically must have surrendered and said, okay, just let us join you. They summoned Ragnaros. They did all kinds of shit. Or like the way they explain stuff in universes like this sometimes is nobody is ever truly evil. Everybody is just corrupted by some other influence. Like the old gods made them do it, blah, blah, blah. Like even Sylvanas did maybe somehow explain. The old gods were making her do it, and then at the end they would say, oh, she died for a good cause and helped save us. I don't even know what happened to her after. Like the last I've seen of her is in the Shadowlands trailer, kicking Bolvar's ass. The reason why he looks like that isn't even because of the torture the Arthas did to him, or at least maybe in part, but it's actually because of the dragons, right? The dragons flame something something. He says a line like that. I wonder what the new Thunder Fury meme could be. Like, what do people spam in trade chat these days? Or like, I wonder if Baron chat lives up to his reputation. It probably couldn't, because why would anybody spend any time there? It actually has a very good explanation too. It's not just the Baron's chat was like that just because Horde players are trolls, literally, ha ha ha, in real life too, or because it's such a big zone, although that ties into the reason. The reason is actually very simple, is the fact that the Tauren, Troll, and Orcs all share that zone, right? Like maybe people didn't think, maybe by now it's foregone conclusion, but at that time maybe people didn't think about it that way. Like, oh, those Horde players, they're just so silly and funny, spamming stuff in chat, that's just what they do. But it's because the Tauren are forced to share that zone with the other two races, whereas all the other ones have their own level 10 zone, right? Like Undead have one, and then Gnomes and Dwarves share Loch Madan, but humans have their own zone. So it'd be the equivalent, what does that sound? It'd be the equivalent of if the humans had to go to Loch Madan too, or the Gnomes and the Dwarves had to go to like Westfall or Duskwood or whatever, right? They wouldn't have their own separate level 10 zone. So the only one that's shared should be through the welfare class that shares the Duratar, like Trolls. But the fact that they tie in Tauren there too doesn't really make sense. Right, that's kind of too much reliance. I guess I'm satisfied with that, but there's a lot more we could do with this. I didn't really do a lot. The one little boss quotes that we got to hear was from Ruby Sanctum, so it all ties together. We finally do the first or the final raid of Wrath for the first time, although I might have done it. I think I remember going in there, unless we wiped and weren't good enough to finish it, but I'm pretty sure I probably would have done it, and that would have been on my, I guess it could have been on either one, because I had a mage and a warrior at that point.